If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! From Washington to Louisiana, we are here with Jimmy Mack and Dre on Road Gang Radio at the Fastport Studios. Good morning, sir.
Oh, man, I am now in the nation's capital, Phone Master Dre, and I got to tell you, it is the first time I've been able to breathe. I think I got one of those 24-hour exhaustion sicknesses that feels kind of sort of like the flu, but then isn't the flu. You and I got a chance to talk this morning, and then I got fired up, and I am ready to kind of do this show. But let me tell you something, man. Had this trip gone the way that the terrific Terrapin Tara had actually planned it, I mean, the itinerary she put together, the reservations that she put together, the world that she created for myself, Lindsay, and her, had it gone the way that she actually had laid it out, it was a terrifically planned trip. Straight up. It was. It got me there on time. It got me there with breathing room. Every place I arrived, I would have time to set up, get a lay of the land, put together some guests, put together 2 4-hour shows on Saturday and Sunday, a comfortable place to stay. We all know about the trips with American Airlines. Anybody following the Book of Face knows I've had a bit of a tempestuous time with our friends over at American Airlines. To say that they double-crossed me at Reagan yesterday would be an understatement. After 7 hours, Dre, on the phone with them, I left Columbia Falls to drive to Bangor to pick up my luggage, which got delivered to Bangor, even though I flew into Providence to drive to Logan to pick up a rental car to drive to Columbia Falls. I had to go back to Bangor on Sunday when my luggage finally arrived, and then drive all the way back. I used the time, the hour-and-a-half drive from Columbia Falls to Bangor and back, and before and after that as well, to spend the afternoon on the phone with American Airlines and trying to help them see that Tara had booked my return trip to D.C. through Bangor. The problem was I had rented a car in Logan in order to get to Columbia Falls in time. You with me? So I have to bring the rental car back to Logan. There's just no way around it.
Yeah.
It has to be done. And all I was asking them to do was swap the flights. Was simply saying take the Bangor to D.C., make it a Boston to D.C. That's a much more regular route anyway. There were plenty of seats on those planes, dude. Plenty of seats. Well, first of all, they fought me like hell about the fact that they were willing to do it, but it would cost me $83 more. And that was a deep sigh. But I did kind of keep the pressure, and I stayed on top of them. Their customer service was lovely. They're following policy. It's like dealing with insurance companies. You know, I just kept the pressure up until finally, after a long conversation, they made the arrangements for the ticket, and I got an email notification saying Boston to D.C. would not cost me any more, and I got the ticket. I went to go check in, Dre, and it's the first person I've dealt with person to person who is a snit. He literally everybody else, when I tell you I had problems with the corporate policy, and there's a lot of people at American Airlines I have a problem with, the human beings I spoke to on a regular basis, I did not. I had a couple of phone disconnects, but they kept taking notes so that every new person I would talk to actually had the notes that explained the situation to them. So I wasn't like having to recount the entire story. I dealt with basically a unfriendly version of Bronson, what's his name? The guy from Total Strangers who's in Beverly Hills Cop, Serge.
Oh, yeah.
That guy. I dealt with the nastiest version of him, the shaved version of him that you can possibly imagine at the American Airlines desk. Unbelievable. And ended up having to pay for the full ticket.
God.
Not just the $83. Ended up having to pay for the full ticket. So we ate the ticket from Bangor to D.C., had to pay for another American Airlines ticket at Boston at Logan. And it's one of those things where I can't argue because I'd gotten there with plenty of time to get on the plane, meaning 2 hours. I'd gotten there 2 hours in advance. But you know how it is, Dre. You drop off the rental car, you get there, you got all the time in the world. You can't wait to get through security so you can sit down, get your thoughts together, finally get the trip started that you wanted to have, and this snit. And he would not even look me in the eye. He would not even look me in the eye. And what's really funny about it is when I would have gone a lot darker in my second post, but I didn't. I didn't make a second post because I got to the hotel here in D.C., and once again, the terrific Terrapin Tara had done her duty, had done her diligence. The place was wonderful. The people here were wonderful. I got into the room, and I was so exhausted. I just had a sense of gratitude for her and all the work that she had done to put this trip together. And I said, you know what? I'm going to drop this, and I'm just going to talk about it on the show and leave it alone. I did tag American Airlines in my post. Just absolute insanity, though, dude. It's just like, and it's so easy, too, Dre. I mean, they're a multi-billion-dollar company. What does about $300 mean to them?
Exactly.
What does it mean to them? It means nothing. To me, it's everything right now. To me, it is literally everything right now. And when he told me that, and it wasn't just that he told me that. There may have been a way through it, if that makes any sense, a decent way through it if he had been kind. He was so unkind. There's no other way to describe him. He was just such a snit is the best word I can kind of do it. He wouldn't look me in the eye. And by the way, people say, well, maybe he's neurodivergent. Then why is he working a counter in customer service? Mm-hmm. Maybe he's an introvert. And by the way, don't say that. I know plenty of introverts who are master customer service agents. Introvert is just about, you're more of an internal person than an external person. All of that. You want to hear about an extrovert? How about we shift back to the show and I give you a story about an extrovert?
That's what I want to do. There we go. Hit me with it.
All right, so spectators at a Christmas parade in Tennessee were treated to a surprise scene when a black bear wandered into the road and walked along the parade route. Now, if this isn't a Tennessee name, I don't know what is. Amanda Snook Page, captured photos showing the bear walking down the route of Gatlinburg's 50th annual Fantasy of Lights Christmas parade. It was unclear how much of the route the bear walked, but another witness captured a video of a Bruin that may have been the same animal feasting on trash after the parade. Yeah, we'll go to the parade and catch a little food afterwards. Snook Page joked on social media that the bear was such a hit with spectators that organizers should make him the Grand Marshal, by the way. I'm kind of in favor of that. I like the idea of a big bear kind of walking down Main Street. I mean, if you can control the thing. Yeah. I mean, I like that. He was such a hit. By hit, do you mean people were screaming for him? And by screaming for him, do you mean screaming while running in the other direction?
We need to come back on like cuddly and good bears. You know what I'm saying? Ever since Revenant, I feel like bears have had a bad rep. So I think we need to go back to the Yogi style. You know what I mean?
Maybe we can split the difference and have Legends of the Fall bears, where they kill you, but it's a good death.
Yeah, it's like Rambo. Yeah, dude, I'm here for it.
Oh, man, the Revenant scene. Good God almighty, that movie. Trey, that movie, I felt cold leaving that film.
Oh, God.
I mean, I felt physically ill leaving that film. I had goosebumps on my flesh.
And I would have felt ill if he didn't get an award for that. Because, golly, man, you pretty much played that you were dying for so long and that you fought off a bear. That was, hey, look, man, I've seen a guy do it. He did it well. You know what I mean? He played it very well.
I mean, I don't even know how they did that scene. I mean, it should have been ridiculous.
Yeah, they went and talked to the very big group of guys that have survived bear attacks, man.
Yeah, what is it? All three of them.
Yeah,
Some of whom were in their 70s.
Exactly. Go on.
Go on. This is a trucking show, by the way. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's soft launch of the new registration system, MODIS, is now underway. No action is required from motor carriers at this time. Instead, the initial phase, which the FMCSA went live on Monday the 8th, that's yesterday, is limited to transportation service providers, BOC3 filers, and financially responsibly filers. Instructions for those supporting companies can be found at landline.media in the article that is by our good friend Mark Schwemmer, the senior editor over there. This is what the FMCSA wrote in the email. Those entities now have limited access to the system to create their user and business profiles. This will allow them to prepare to support registrants when the system is actually open for all users in 2026. All of this is pointing to the fact that starting next year, the FMCSA plans to open the new system to all users, including motor carriers. What the agency is saying, guys, is that it'll provide additional instructions about how to access and use the system as the new year approaches. What they had to say is that the goal of MODIS is to, quote-unquote, streamline processes, enhance fraud prevention, and provide a more intuitive, user-friendly experience for supporting companies, motor carriers, brokers, and other registrants. When this, in fact, MODIS launches for all users, it will not include the introduction of safety registration, the elimination of docket numbers, or changes to the BOC3 form filing process, and that's according to the website over at the FMCSA. Rather, those potential changes are under consideration and will be open for public comment in a notice of proposed rulemaking according to the latest regulatory agenda. Look for that around March of 2026. There's more discussion in that article by Mark. If you head over to landline.media, there's also a discussion of the broker financial responsibility rule. So you guys should make sure that you put your big boy pants on, since the republic and a democracy are participatory. You can't sit on the sidelines. You've got to get in the game. I know you're a college football fan, Dre, as we kind of make our move on Road Gang Radio to the remainder of this show, which is terrific, by the way. Pastor John's coming. Elizabeth Barnes dropping in. You know it's Tuesday, and that means maintenance matters from our friend Kevin Lindsay. Nicole Dreisky's going to be here for Highway to Health. Susan Patton is going to say her farewells to us. And then we got a big thing that Lindsay and I are going to talk about, Dre. SantaCon is coming to terrorize your town. Man, is that something else. That story, I found an article on it about a documentary about it, and I reached out to Claire, and Claire reached out to them, and Seth Porges is going to be joining us at the end of the show. Country and Western music news will be before that, and before any of that, though, I do want to talk a little bit briefly, if you have a second, about what happened with college football this weekend.
Oh, yes, please.
So the 12 teams, the announcement was made, and because of the stupidity, and by the way, the ACC is, well, they are the stupid villain of the piece. The brilliant villain of the piece is the SEC. But the ACC is the stupid villain. They have the dumbest rule in the book about tiebreakers creating the ACC championship. If, in fact, the two highest-ranked teams had been the ACC championship game, all of the nonsense that we're going through right now would have been avoided. And instead, an 8-5 Duke team won the ACC championship, and in winning that, Phone Master, they can't go to the playoff, so it opened up it opened up the door for James Madison University and Tulane to sneak into the playoffs. Worse than that, Alabama hasn't played good for 5 games and has looked terrible over the last month and got their clock cleaned in the SEC championship, and yet there they sit. Seems that the Saban rule still applies even when it doesn't. That's a lot of other stuff. That's a sports show. What is relevant, I think, to the conversation that people should be having today is there's a lot of anger at Notre Dame, who got left out of the playoff and then turned around and said, we will not be going to the Pop-Tart Bowl. We have made a decision, our players have made a decision, that we don't want to mess with the portal. We don't want half the team to take a walk anyway to get ready for the NFL. We're going to sit this one out and go do some charity works instead, which, by the way, is a great way to spend the time. I think the big resentment is not that Notre Dame are quitters or taking their ball and going home. I think the big resentment is, Dre, there are so many people out there who work. We'll use truck driving as an example. How many times have you wanted to tell the people who done you wrong to stick it and walk off the job? Mm-hmm. And you couldn't. How many times have you wanted to fire somebody, quit, do something where people treated you wrong, and you couldn't do a damn thing about it because you were trapped on the job? I don't think that the anger at them is their entitlement. I think the anger at them is the sense that we now see what happens when somebody who has means and resources, when they get the shaft given to them. I think a lot of people are like, God, I wish I could do that. Because they were done wrong. They were done wrong. They were lied to by the committee. And then literally, they have the head of the committee is the Arkansas Razorbacks athletic director. And ESPN is basically, laying nuclear waste on their playoff hopes while simultaneously trying to get them to go to the Pop-Tart Bowl to make ESPN some money. Drop dead.
Get out of here.
Drop dead. Hit the bricks and tell your story walking. It doesn't matter because Lane's coming.
Oh,
Lane's coming.
God, so excited.
Lane's coming. I know you are. I know you are. Hey, guys, lose your heart to iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. And, of course, make yourself live on Live 365 where you can live your best life.
Live your best life.
This, by the way, is Road Gang Radio, the greatest transpo show in the known universe. It will be followed by the greatest recorded transpo show in the known universe, Trucking with OIDA. It's all brought to you, as Dre said at the beginning, from the Fastport Studios. We're visiting with our friends in Fastport from the Washington, D.C. area. This whole week, we'll be at the Vet Ready Summit, the Transition Trucking, the Army-Navy Media Row, and a host of other wonderful things here. We got to take a deep breath, a break, come back with Elizabeth Barna, check on the convoys that makes its way across this country. But Phone Master Dre, take a breath with me and we will begin. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Hey, do you
under
want me
God,
to,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope and pray that you rested well last night, and I pray that all is well with you. But I got some stuff I want to finish up. I want to finish up what I shared with you on yesterday. Now, remember, we talked about Luke chapter 12, verse 24. And I hope God allows me to get this to you today so that you are able to get it in your spirit and be able to walk with it. In Luke chapter 12, verse 24, he says, "Consider the ravens. They neither sow nor they reap. They have neither storehouse nor barn, and yet God feeds them. Of how much more value are you than the birds?" Now, yesterday I shared a little bit with you about how much God loves you and how much God cares for you and how we're created in his image. But I want to share something with you in this text that's a little bit more in detail. He says something very specific. He says, consider the ravens. Now, I want you to think about what he just said. He said, consider the ravens. Do you know that a raven is a bird that is more of a scavenger? So the raven has the ability to eat off the land with no problem. And God says to the raven, I'm going to let you eat off the land. And the reason I'm going to let you eat off the land is because I'm going to provide for you. Now listen to what he just said. He said, consider the raven. So if you're thinking about the raven and you notice that the raven is flying around and he's eating very carefree. Why? Because he knows that God is going to make sure that he has the food supply that he needs. Well, let me ask you a question. What about you? Don't you think God thinks enough of you to make sure that you got what you need? That's just something for you to think about. God bless you, brothers and sisters. And hey, be encouraged.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, that is something to think about, don't you think there, Jimmy?
Well, you know, the Reverend is always on top of stuff. And we were talking about him last couple of days over at the at the Truck Drivers Lounge at Reeds Across America. And one of the things I always dig about our friend, we're going to call him the Raven, although he's the good Raven. The one thing about him is that it's tough, it's muscular Christianity, but at the same time, it is a loving embrace as opposed to a threat and a warning, which is why we like our friends over at Bennett Trucking and we love the good pastor. Elizabeth Barna, by the way, Andre, is one of our favorite people in the world. She is the founder and principal at EAB Strategies. Let me tell you something, though. She is so knee-deep in Reeds Across America that she's becoming a fixture in their firmament, and she is joining us from the convoy, from the roll of the road. Hey, Elizabeth, good morning. How is the weather? And how are you holding up on that wonderful roll? Have you cried 3 or 4 times yet over the last 2 days? Andre, I cannot hear her.
Yeah, she's not coming through. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you,
Let me
sir.
see, we're having a little connection. Oh, there she is.
There she is. I got an Elizabeth Barna in the house. How are you?
Uh-oh. All right, I will be right back. Hold on tight.
Thank you, sir. Hey, guys, a really quick reminder, a big full lineup today. Our good friend Pastor John has given you a moment of affirmation. You can hear that in the replay when the entire show is launched on Spotify and all the other platforms of your choice. We'll be talking to Elizabeth Barna here in just a second. Of course, you know, Mr. Kevin Lindsay is going to be showing up here. The guy who's in charge of maintenance over at Travel Centers of America will be joining us for Maintenance Matters. Highway to Health, of course, is our good friend Nicole Dreisky. In between that, we're doing a replay of Susan Patton's farewell address is the best way to kind of look at it. She has been doing trucking tributes for a long time over here with us at RadioNemo. She is retiring, and it has been my absolute pleasure to get to know. Be stopping by later on in the live to make some time for us, which is really groovy and cool. And then we're going to close out the show with Seth Porges. You guys, this is so up my alley. I hope it's up yours as well. When Lindsay joins us, he's the final guest of the morning, by the way. Lindsay's going to do her country and western music news a little early so that we can actually dig in to what he's going to be talking about. Seth, by the way, is the director and producer of Class Action Park on HBO Max, How to Rob a Bank on Netflix, and now SantaCon. SantaCon, by the way, in case you don't know, is known or understood to be one of the most hated days of the year in cities around the world as countless drunk fools dressed as Santa run rampage over cities. But it started as something else entirely. More of a happening, more of a joyful kind of, like those thriller dances of sorts. The new documentary, SantaCon, which Seth, who is the director of, and premiered at the DOC NYC Film Festival in November, sheds light on the surprising true story. It was actually started, not in New York, but in the Bay Area in the 1990s as a piece of absurdist street theater before being co-opted by the masses and turned into a drunken bar crawl. By the way, its creators have now disowned it and want nothing to do with it and what it has become. These are the same people, by the way, who created and now have largely disowned Burning Man. And these are the same people that Seth talks about in his documentary who are the inspiration for the book and eventually the movie Fight Club. What the documentary does is tells the story of SantaCon, its origins, and where it eventually ends up with home movie footage from the 1990s. And Seth will be joining us in that moment. I was talking earlier with Dre. We got our good friend Elizabeth back on the phone. Is she back now?
We sure do. Hey there.
Not yet?
I am here.
Yep.
There you are. Well, welcome. This is much better than SantaCon, a chance to talk to you. What is going on over at Reeds Across America? What is happening on the convoy?
We've got a big stop today. I'm here, and I have the convoys pulling up in a few minutes. We are in Worcester, Massachusetts at Polar Park, which for some of you that may not know is the field team for the Boston Red Sox, so it's the Woo Sox. But we're hosting the trucking stop on the convoy, the escort to Arlington, and the Transportation Association of Massachusetts, Kevin Weeks, has put this program together. I've helped him out a bit with it, but we've got a great lineup of speakers, and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and so how long have you been involved directly with Reeds Across America, and how long have you been involved as a satellite? Because you're one of my favorite satellites. But how long have you been involved with the organization? I mean, you've taken a much bigger role in the last couple of years, correct?
Yeah, so this is my third year working directly with them. And they're one of my clients, and I'm the liaison with the state trucking associations and the national transportation associations. So working with the state associations and trying to get them to encourage their members, their family, their community, friends to sponsor wreaths. The same with the national associations. And then with Kevin in Massachusetts, since the escort goes through the state of Massachusetts, he asked if he could have a stop this year, which has been awesome because we've never done a baseball stadium before. And this Polar Park is pretty cool. They have all the Christmas decorations and lights up. And I guess this weekend they start doing a tour of lights for the community. So it looks really awesome. I'll send you some pictures.
Please do. By the way, so you just talked about what it is you're doing for them, and you are kind of uniquely positioned because not only do you have industry contacts, but you understand the human context, your work with our Friends in America's Road team. It's not just a matter of knowing the associations and knowing who runs them, but you understand uniquely that these kind of projects and programs only work if you get the grassroots buy-in of the organization, that it's one thing to have somebody write you a check or somebody to make space available. It's very, very different for those organizations to make sure that their members and their members' families and their members' friends show up and make this an integral part of their lives. That's the mission. The mission isn't about one more corporate sponsor, as helpful as that is. Tyson's involvement, I'll give you an example. Tyson's involvement is great. What's more important is the fact that those guys are cooking food in that driver's lounge. So you're looking
Absolutely.
Not just for the organization, but the human beings buying. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I actually have had the privilege the last 2 years of riding on the convoy with a truck driver and one of the 14 trucks that are on that. And so to be able to see that head on and be part of it has been wonderful. For the years previous, I was always working with American Trucking Associations and providing a show truck. But to be able to be in a truck and go from point A to point Z has been great. But you're right. I look at Race Across America, especially with the state trucking associations, as not corporate donors, but individual donors, and to have make it a family affair or community. I even encourage parents to get their, kids' t-ball teams or softball teams, basketball teams involved, and try to get them to go out as a team building, to lay wreaths in their community. And so it really is the personal element, I think, that makes wreaths so special. Everybody has a story, and everybody wants to hear those people's stories. In fact, we had the Gold Star president of the association, Annette Kirk, will be with us today, and she was supposed to speak, and I just got a note from the convoy that said, Annette has someone else that's a Gold Star mom that's on the convoy, and she thinks it would be better if we heard her story here at the Worcester stop. And it's really about people's stories.
Yeah, and that, by the way, is the kind of thing that when you're looking for partners, you're looking for people who do just what was done there. The idea that it's like, it's a chance for me to speak and get my message out or share my enthusiasm for this program, and that's great. But the focus of this, the core of this, and a lot of people need to understand, it's those Gold Star parents. It's those Gold Star brothers and sisters. It's those families. At the center of this doesn't work unless there are many of those cabs that not only have a dedicated driver, many of whom are Gold Star dads. Matter of fact, I can think about Scott Harris and John D. Walker, are those folks as well, too. And this really works only because it is a chance. I've always said the great transformative thing about this is that people are haunted by those who are no longer with them. What Reed's does is you are no longer haunted, but they become a companion that walks with you. And I think in many ways, Elizabeth, what these drivers, what people like you offer is not so much the money is great, the corporate sponsorship, the locations, it's all terrific and necessary. At the end of the day, being seen is the most important thing. And when somebody offers their spot to speak to a Gold Star mom, it says, I understand what is going on here. And that makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
What are you most excited about? What are you excited about doing?
What am I
you got a way
excited
to go.
about?
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the convoy come and to see a lot of the friends I met the last 2 years on it, especially some of the, professional drivers that I didn't know that I've been able to keep in touch with. Patrice Cook, I think you guys all know her. She's part of the Honor Fleet. She's with Schneider. She's going to be one of our speakers. And then Kevin got a representative, from the state house to speak. And I was like, oh, that's good. And, a politician. But it turns out that he's a Gold Star father, and he's really involved with the Wreaths Across America at the cemetery in his local community. So things like that for today, I think, are going to make a big difference and put the human element on everything. It's not just having a politician speak, because they're not going to talk about politics. It's going to be about his story again. We've got a lot of the veterans organizations here too. But yeah, I'm excited to see it, and I'm excited for the convoy to come in and see what we've got going on here. Because like I said, we've never been to a ballpark, and this one is really lit up with all the holiday elements to it. We've got the mascot that's going to greet them, and it's Clara, in reference to Clara Barton, the first woman medic in the military. And so I think that says a lot for Polar Park in general too, and fits in nicely with what we're doing.
You fit in nicely, by the way, as you always do. Elizabeth Barner, a respected leader in trucking logistics and a genuine friend to Dave Nemo and myself, joins us this morning. I got to let you go. We got all kinds of other stuff happening here, but she's the founder, and you got it. Go have a great day. Go enjoy the Woo Sox. You got it. Love you, boo. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. We're going to be back on the other side. Our good friend, Mr. Kevin Lindsay, is already in the house. He's going to join us for maintenance, which, of course, does matter. Brought to you by TA and Petro Travel Centers of America. Thank you, Dre.
Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are. Spread that word. Hit that like. Hit that subscribe. Tell your cousin. Tell your mama. Join the Road Gang. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
That is right. And by the way, Dre, we've done this before. I have to tell you, I actually miss having you in the reel.
Oh,
it's a really different experience, though. I realize, when we actually flipped the engine over and got a chance to, really dive in live in the reality of the scene, it became so much easier to do. Now we've got a little formula down here, and so we're kind of able to do that. So it makes it a little bit easier. But it's a lot more fun when you're alive and well, and in front of me, and that makes a really big difference. I don't know if you feel that way, but good God Almighty. It makes a difference.
Oh, 100%.
It does.
It's a weird disconnect, but I'm happy to have you on this platform as well.
I'm happy to have you here, too. What do you say we do a real fun thing here at Pivot with a little bit of music and start our next segment?
Oh, man, look, hey, if you want to do that, I can do that.
Here we go, by the way. Maintenance Matters is every single Tuesday, right around 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east, here on Road Gang Radio, all part of RadioNemo.com's lineup. It's brought to you by Travel Centers of America. And speaking of Travel Centers of America and T.A. Petro, our good friend, the head honcho, the grand poobah of maintenance, Kevin Lindsay, joins us, as he is off one to do. I have to get it out of the way, though, Kevin. How did you feel about the way the playoffs played out for college football? I know you're a fan, and I am just kind of, sat there and watched that thing play out. I thought that the Saban exception went away when he retired, but it turns out that Alabama always manages to get the system rigged in its favor. And as an Ole Miss fan, I thought you might have some sympathy for everybody else.
What can I say? It's Alabama. I don't know. I shouldn't get started on that because I've got feelings a certain way about it, and I don't know. I don't think they belong there. But it's just
I understand. It's a family show. It's a family show, so we'll leave it at that. I actually had a thought, Kevin, that it's interesting. It's got nothing to do with Notre Dame or Alabama or Miami or any of them. I think part of the resentment of what went on this weekend was everybody's always wanted at one time in their life to have a boss that they could tell to shove it. To get passed over for a promotion, to get the watch instead of the bonus, all that kind of stuff. To get the box full of jam, as National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation does, as opposed to giving him the Christmas bonus. And I kept thinking to myself that there are people who are angry because what the Irish did was they basically showed that if you do have power and you have money and somebody does you wrong and you think they've done you wrong, you can tell them to stick it. And I think a lot of people looked at that and said, God, I wish I could do that. Well, you're a bunch of quitters. How many times have you wanted to quit but just couldn't afford to?
There's been a couple times during my career it's been like that. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, not in your current place. I mean, your current place is fantastic. You love every single last minute of it. Every single last minute. Speaking of your current place and speaking of what we've been talking about in regards to air brakes and a whole bunch of other stuff, where did we leave off and where would you like to pick up? Because there's a whole bunch of places we could go back to. But is there any place in particular you want to dive in as we continue to do our process of Jim and Kevin figure out ways to change the filter?
Exactly, right?
Right.
It's all going to go back to it no matter what. But no, we can just, I know I had got to our, all the way up to our wet tanks or supply tanks and how we deliver the air from the compressor to the dryer through into the supply tank, and then we start getting it out and breaking it out into the different systems on the primary and secondary side. So, we can go from there and how things work and things to look for.
Well, here's what we'll do. We'll do a recap of the tanks again. We'll drain those tanks, or at least we'll figure out ways to kind of check on those tanks, and then we will pick up from that point on. So let's one more time to kind of prime people up. Let's talk about the tanks. And by the way, if you're already at the tanks, everything else is working fine, and the filter didn't need to be changed, et cetera, we may have a problem. But take us through the tanks.
Well, you've got most every system nowadays. You've got your wet tank or supply tank, which is where the air pressure, once it's compressed at the compressor, ran through the dryer, that's where it's going to reside. That helps. It's a reservoir designed basically to supply it to the other systems that's going to be needed on the truck. So, and we call it a wet tank because hopefully that's where any excess moisture, does get developed and you drain it there, on a daily basis. So, but once we leave there and, go through one-way check valves into the primary and secondary tanks or reservoirs, now we've got energy as stored air pressure now ready to be utilized, and used for different purposes, depending on what we're using them for.
So, with that in mind, having kind of making sure the tanks are all kind of taken care of, primary, secondary, we check the valves and make sure the pressure protection. Talk about, though, we haven't really talked about catastrophic failure. We've kind of danced around that. We've talked about one of the things we've kind of focused on in our conversation, and by the way, should be, because this is a show called Maintenance, not Catastrophic Failure. But I do want to talk about the cascade effect that in regards to the pressure protection in tanks before we kind of get over to the primary tanks in general. The pressure protection. ultimately, at the end of the day, where is the catastrophic failure when it comes to tanks? Am I making sense when I ask that, by the way?
Yeah, you are. Most every tank has pressure protection built into the tank, and in the way, basically nothing more than a valve that's actually screwed into a fitting that's made into the tank. And those pressure protection valves for the tanks are typically somewhere around the 150 psi area. They'll once that pressure exceeds that, they actually just relieve the pressure out to the atmosphere. So it'll just spew until it brings it down to that acceptable level. Of course, these are mechanical valves that are in these tanks doing that. One thing over the years that I've done as far as teaching air brakes class and stuff with different technicians is I used to always, as an instructor, always put bugs in systems and stuff. So I would always bug the supply system, to where the purge valve for the air dryer and stuff didn't kick off, and it continued to build pressure above the governor cutout pressure without, kind of simulating a governor that would stick, and what that generally always caused was those pressure protection valves inside of those tanks to actually spew out. It would build up to 150, even on the dash gauges, So, but I always wanted to get technicians to hear that, because a lot of times the way it does that, it almost sounds like the air dryer purging and shutting off, that sound that you hear. It's like that, except it's a little more pronounced and a little bit quicker. But there's definitely a difference in it. And because the only reason I say that is because I actually had a driver come in and tell me one day, hey, my purge valve on my air dryer, it keeps going off. It's every few seconds, it's going off. Well, I get to looking at it, and it wasn't his purge valve. It was his safety valves on his tank, because he had a governor issue or an airline issue. I don't remember what the problem was, but I had to troubleshoot that. So that's the tough thing about these air systems. A lot of times when it comes to some of this is it takes a lot of time to truly understand how all these different components work together to get everything done properly. So,
I'm going to say this really quickly, too, because we've talked about on many occasions, and it's come up in other things you've talked about, the natural harmonics. And we talk about that in regards to a hum. But there is a symphony at play. And one of the things that you have to do is it would be almost interesting to put on a pair of headsets and to literally play different sounds of the rig, and to ask people to distinguish it. And most of the time, people wouldn't have any problem telling you. But there are a couple of sounds that are really, really close. And if you're not listening closely, it might be the difference between everything is fine and something has gone terribly wrong, right? And because the natural harmonic isn't just the hum, it's the cymbals crashing and this firing and this solo and all that too as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that scenario I was just talking about, where that pressure protection valve spewing off instead of a purge valve, for any percussionists out there, it's kind of like crashing a ride cymbal instead of a crash cymbal. So, maybe Dave Nemo will appreciate me using that as a reference too. So.
I love it. The moment you said that, I said, "Oh, now we're in Dave's territory." But it really is that. I mean, it's like there's a reason why that music and mathematics are so closely related, and the idea that when you actually have the proper formula and the proper equation, and everything is working in its mathematical progression the way it should, if it in fact has an audio component, it begins to sound symphonic. That sounds so basic, but it's like people don't realize that doesn't sound right is an often common thing you will hear mechanics and truck drivers say. Something sounds off. And that's that's what sounds are. They're nothing more than vibrations or harmonics. So, that's there's a lot of truth to that. And it's funny that came up, because I actually was watching Midway last night, and I had the movie Midway. Day after, after Pearl Harbor. So, it's the day to watch Midway, I think. And, my mind it is. So I'm watching that movie, and they go through that point about where the code breakers, they didn't
the guys that were on in the band on the ships, no longer had a position, so they used them in there for code breaking, thinking that their natural musical abilities would help them, break those codes. There's something to some of that, I believe.
Well, I mean, if we're talking Midway, we can actually talk about the fact is that they figured out where the Japanese were going, not by the Japanese saying where they were going, but by literally a vibration. The vibration was bring water. Bring water. The potable water system is down. And that is, they sent out a false message. They sent out a ripple. So they had to basically send out a false message, and then having broken west wind, they then had to see what they were saying. And when they said bring water, they're like, that's as close as we're going to get to a confirmation and move from there. Because, that's the thing, too. When you're listening to something wrong, you're listening to the vibration of what's wrong. You're not listening to the thing that's wrong. That's all that is. You made that point, the idea that it's a vibration. And by the way, on a completely weird note, can you think about the fate of mankind if Wade McCluskey doesn't follow that frigate back in? It's like the craziest thing. No battle in the modern era has ever come down to one airplane commander making a decision to follow a frigate. Because if it had been chasing a submarine, if it had been chasing an American submarine, they'd have ended up in the ocean because they were past the point of no return on gas. See, you learn a lot about history here on Maintenance Matters from Kevin and Jimmy. Which Midway were you watching, the Charlton Heston one or the Woody Harrelson one?
No, the Woody Harrelson, the newer.
Yeah. By the way, Woody Harrelson and Henry Fonda have both played Admiral Nimitz, which I think is really, really cool. By the way, primary. Let's talk about primary tanks here in more detail because we've talked about the kind of overall sense of tanks, but let's talk about the primary tanks. They really bring you to a stop. That's what.
That's right. That's right. Your primary tank, holding your primary pressure for the system. Most every modern truck, primary air pressure is typically only used for rear brakes on the tractor. Now, it can be used in conjunction with secondary, just depending on which pressure is greater for trailer braking as well. Just depending if you're connected to a trailer. But while bobtailing, it's always the rear brakes on the tractor. So the secondary tank, on the other hand, is used for the front or steer axle brakes on the tractor and for everything else. So, air suspension, everything. The primary tanks are primarily there to stop the truck. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of a pun intended there. But the secondary tanks are there for a lot of the accessories and everything else, on the truck. That's about as big of a spiel as I'd get. I mean, there's so much I could cover, but I know it's kind of hard to get too deep into the weeds with a lot of this stuff. But that's generally speaking, that's the way it works. And when we look at those systems and those tanks, they both perform the same, and you really can't tell a big difference in them because it depends on the make and model of the truck as far as colored airlines coming out of the tanks and things like that.
Well, and I wanted to kind of let you do that for a second. I wasn't just letting you hang out there for a while. The reason why is by the time we get to that, after having gone through all the other steps we've gone through to get to this point, if you're there as a driver, there's not much you can do except bring it in for maintenance. Because once we get past the tanks, we're past maintenance. Once we have a tank problem that has affected the front, the back, and the primary, and the front with the secondary, with all the accessories and all the foot valve and all the other stuff, by that point, that's a different ballgame entirely. That's more about understanding why you need to act to make sure those tanks are where they should be. Because that's a good question, actually. Is it fair to say that if we have not done proper maintenance on our tank, by that point it's not maintenance anymore? You follow me?
Yes.
It's
by the time it makes it to the primary secondary tank, if there's been issues by the time it gets there, you're a little beyond just being able to drain a tank, change a filter, those types of things. There's probably contamination made it into the different valves and everything, and then you have to have a fairly proficient understanding of the system by that point. So.
I'm also going to say this. If it's gotten to that point and you're responsible for it, you actually might want to consider another profession. I'm just letting everybody out there know that. If it's gotten to that point, not changing the filters, people do that all the time. It's a mistake that everybody makes. But if it's gotten to this point, guys, you got a problem. I want to talk a little bit about the parking brake. We got just a little bit of time left here, about 5-6 minutes. So let's talk about that parking brake and some maintenance kind of advice for that as well.
Yeah. Well, so really, when we start talking about the parking brake system, basically, a parking brake on an air brake vehicle typically means that all you're doing is releasing the air pressure. You're exhausting the air from that brake chamber, from the parking brake chamber, because you actually push air into it to release the brakes, which always kind of messes with people when they stop and think about it. Well, now wait a minute. When I push that yellow knob in on my dash, all you're doing is allowing air pressure to move from the primary reservoir or secondary reservoir, whichever is greater, to actually overcome spring tension on those parking brakes. And it holds, because when you take the air pressure off, it's actually springs that actually hold them. That's why in the old days, they were more aptly called spring brakes, which is really what they are, because it's the spring that applies them for the parking. Also, if, a total loss of air pressure can cause them to set. And that's not something, anyone wants to happen going down the road, because I can tell you that's a scary feeling when your parking brakes basically set going down the road. It's not fun, because you're going to end up needing at least 8 tires before that's said and done, because they're going to be flat spotted, and who knows, just depending on how fast you're going and the weight you have. But you never want to get to those points like that. But as far as the way it works, all it's doing is just taking that air pressure and releasing that, which then allows the wheels to turn, and then you can use the service side of that brake chamber. So.
This is my only last question on the parking brake as well, too. A really simple maintenance strategy is just check it. Just every once in a while, check it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those things where it's a matter of just checking it. There's no diligence other than take a look at it. Thank you, done. And that's kind of it, too. Now, by the way, I am full disclosure. This is Kevin's note, not mine. Let's talk about the crap systems, shall we?
Well, I'll be honest with you. That was put in there actually by Homer a couple of years ago, and because I took some of these notes and kind of switched some things around on it, but I left that one in there, but just because I like what it says, the old crap system, but what's going to happen, and that's kind of like what I was just describing. If you're going down the road, run over some road debris or something, knock a fitting off of an air tank, and it causes an immediate pressure loss. It's just, all your air pressure goes out. When that air pressure in that system, in that parking system, drops below that yellow knob that you push in on your dash valve there, when that pressure drops below 55 to 65 psi, the spring tension that's in those parking brake chambers is going to overcome that air pressure and start applying the parking brake. And that is the emergency brakes at that point, because there's a loss of air pressure, which means you're not going to be able to control braking with the foot, with the pedal anymore, the brake pedal, that foot valve. So the spring tension is going to overcome the whatever air pressure is left in that system and actually apply those brakes. And that is, that's one of those things you don't really want to happen, but at the same time, you don't want to be going down the road at highway speeds, fully loaded, pulling 40,000 pounds. So you got an 80,000 pound, 70 mile an hour missile going down the road and no brakes. No one wants that. So that's why that system, that old crap system, if something like that happens, you lose all that air pressure, it's going to slow you down. And it's going to be gradual at first, but it'll eventually get to a point, because those springs in the parking brake chambers, spring brake chambers, or about 1,800 psi of pressure. So they can stop that vehicle. So.
I will say this. There are two people I can think of that actually want that, but they want that in a controlled environment. And the two names that come to mind are Christopher Nolan and James Cameron in regards to stuff like both the Terminator 2 and The Dark Knight. By the way, and this is just us having a little bit of fun at the end of the segment. Kevin Lindsay, as always, joins us for Maintenance Matters. I don't know if you've ever seen the documentary of how they flipped the truck in Dark Knight. When that truck actually gets flipped over, how they do it, and it is harrowing. There's a reason why they shut down city block after city block in case anything went flying off that truck when they flipped it forward. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, but I'm telling you, this is one of those things too where. Go ahead.
It was a really good shot, though.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic, and the whole thing of the truck coming off of going into the Los Angeles. Canals in Terminator 2 is another one, watching both the motorcycle and the truck come down. But that kind of stuff that's catastrophic. But we bring this stuff up because, even when people are trying to do this, I mean, if you're doing it in a controlled environment and it's that dangerous, imagine what's happening if you're not doing the maintenance you need to do. All right, what have you got planned for the rest of the week? I'm over here in Washington, D.C., by the way. What's the rest of your week look like, Kevin? What's going on?
Oh, no, nothing major this week. Just trying to play a little bit of catch up on some things and get ready to. I got a few days I'm trying to take before the end of the year without losing vacation and this, that, and the other. So I'm gonna be out for a while. But I don't know. That's really about it. Not a whole lot. Just trying to keep things going, keep the greasy side down, right? So.
Oh yeah, I mean that's kind of Claire and I am making arrangements right now. Every time Claire comes in town for Christmas, we get an Airbnb and some place to stay. I mean, as much as I love my in-laws and as much as I love my parents, full-grown people staying for a week with their in-laws or their parents is just never a really good thing for anybody, by the way. This kind of wraps it up in regards to the break stuff. We took a little bit longer than we thought we would, but that's always a good thing. It means we get into depth here. Guys, if you want to go back and listen to any of these, they are in absolutely the order we have talked about this stuff over on Spotify, Pandora, and every place you get your podcast. Maintenance Matters with Kevin Lindsay. We actually spent more than a month focusing on the air brake system and how to keep it running as intended by the manufacturers. We started at the beginning and worked our way all the way to the end. I'll give you the last word, Kevin, if there's anything else in regards to an overall strategy for brake maintenance.
Just don't ever forget to check your air filters. That it all starts with good clean air getting into the compressor.
It's really funny. I had Jerry Hayes co-hosted 2 hours of the Reeves Across America Drivers Lounge coverage with me, and I brought that up, and he actually point blank, longtime truck driver, he looked at me and he goes, it's absolutely true. There is no truck driver worth the salt that when you say that to them, it's one of those crazy things that's one of those realities that when you explain it to somebody that way, they go, you're absolutely right. Whether anything mechanical, the first place you have to kind of figure out what you have to look at should be the device that filters the air that moves through it. If you start there and you do a good job with that, it allows you to move on to the next thing and see if there's anything else wrong. And it's a really great place to wrap this up. Kevin, like I said, all of these are available for anybody who wants to listen to them. We somehow managed to talk about college football and World War II battles as well, and a lot of Kevin's military and professional career as well over these episodes. It has been a pleasure. What do you think we'll be moving on to next?
Well, got the castor oil guys next week, so I don't know. What are you thinking? We
might talk oil, but we might talk oil with our friends from Castrol as we always do. To be honest with you, I would not mind having a conversation about as we've talked about winter. We talked about the idea of getting ready for winter. I wouldn't mind having a conversation about the overall damage and what I call the unavoidable damage that winter, depending upon where you drive, the geographical needs of what you have to do to maintain your truck in certain regions. I mean, because driving driving on the 70 is a very different thing than driving across Iowa on 80. Driving through Colorado on a regular basis ain't the same as driving through Iowa, ain't the same as driving on the I-10 all year long. So let's have a conversation about that. What do you think?
Sure. Yeah, sounds good.
Kevin Lindsay, of course, is the head honcho over at TA Petros. He's the head of maintenance, and this is Maintenance Matters, because it does. Our friends from Reeds across America are coming up next. Kevin, thank you, man.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side. Thank you, Kevin Lindsay, as always. Maintenance Matters. We'll be back next week on a Tuesday with the guys from Castrol and Kevin as well. We'll be right back. Thank you, Dre.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. And today on Trucking Tributes, well, it's a little bit melancholy for me because this is my last Trucking Tributes interview. And I am so super thrilled because I've got a dear, dear friend joining me for that last interview and a gentleman that I am introducing you to for Trucking Tributes who will be filling in for me and along with Elizabeth Barna. And the two of them will be hosting Trucking Tributes as we move forward. But I am introducing Don Queenie, no stranger to the trucking industry. Yay! Yeah, where is that applause track? I forgot the applause track, Don.
That's okay. That's okay.
Don Queenie is joining me for this Trucking Tributes, and I will be actually retiring after Wreaths Across America Day on Saturday, December 13th. And never fear, those in the trucking land, I will still be listening and tuning in and that sort of thing. But you're going to be left in very, very capable hands with Don Queenie and Elizabeth Barna. And Don, as we have said, you are absolutely no stranger to the trucking industry. So for those who actually don't know anything about you and your background, you went from, commercial fishing in Maine into the trucking industry. How did it all happen for you?
Let's see. Actually, the trucking came first, a little bit of stint in that. I was a helper on a moving van. I've always been in the household good relocation side of the industry. And did a little bit of that, and then had come to Maine. I did things different, Susan. I would come to Maine in the winter and go down and work on the moving trucks in the summer down in southern New England and New York. So that goes to show you my mental state. But anyway, and I eventually got on the fishing boats and left the moving and trucking behind. And then when we started a young family, we were young and we started a family, and the industry was a little dangerous and was maybe not going as well as it could. There was issues in the commercial fishing industry, and there still are. And so I just started doing whatever, and I started a little moving business called Mid-Maine Moving and Storage in Damascotta, Maine, and got hooked up with a national carrier out of Rhode Island called Paul Arpin Van Lines, and became friends with the family, the Arpin family. And Mr. Paul Arpin himself tapped me to open an office in Norfolk for him. So we did. We moved our young family from Damascotta in 1996, I think it was. No, I'm sorry, 1991. We moved to Norfolk and area. And as I say, the rest is history, but there's a lot that goes in between there. But so we started that moving business there. And I remember driving the moving van down with my son at 4.5 years old in the truck, looking at everything going by when he wasn't sleeping. And now he runs a business. And my wife is, she and he run the business day to day. She's got plans to retire before too much longer. I gave up the reins a few years ago and did some things formally with Wreaths Across America. I had been volunteering before, and then gave that up. And now I'm doing a lot of different things. I've actually started another little business associated with moving. And so I keep myself pretty busy, and I'm actually beginning to start to pack my foul weather gear to make the trek to Columbia Falls and be part of the first mile driver experience that I started, 6 or 7 years ago now. So looking forward to continuing.
That is so cool. And, never fear, folks. We have some foul weather in, November and December in Maine. It's been told, and it's true. But we also have some lovely days too in Maine in the winter. And everybody manages to make it and get to us safely when it comes to picking up those veterans wreaths. And, we have some tremendous experience, and we're going to unpack more for our listeners, Dawn, during the show about that first mile driver experience and what that's all about. But I absolutely love your story of getting engaged with Wreaths Across America for the first time, and you thinking as a young guy that you knew it all when it came to trucking and logistics, and you were going to come into Wreaths Across America, by golly, and you were going to let Rob Worcester and the Worcester team and everybody at Wreaths Across America know exactly how this trucking logistics could work out and work out well. And you had a plan. However, what happened?
I give you credit, Susan. You have never forgotten this story. You always get it right every single time, and it was a humbling thing. So I don't miss a beat. I remember every second of it. I had been, I started a little moving business from scratch, and I thought I knew what I was doing. I was on some advisory boards for different carriers, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And I had first met Rob on my first year. The second year I picked up Wreaths. I actually drove for the first few years, picked up loads. I think they knew what they were doing because they had me go into Arlington right off the bat. And I think they might have knew they had a fish on the line. So they wanted to make sure that I had that experience. And it was an experience, and it hooked me for sure. But I guess it was the second year I was invited to come in to see, how they get the loads put together and what have you. And I saw what they were doing, and I said, oh my gosh, I could do better than this, So I kind of put a little thought together, or whatever you call it, and try to come up with something. So I told Rob, I said, Rob, why don't you, let me take a look at this, let me see what I can do with it, and started diving into it. I thought, a box of file folders and a couple reams of paper and some magic markers or grease markers on a whiteboard, and we could figure this out. And holy smokes, there was so much more to it. I mean, it'd be one thing if, when you had somebody say, yes, I'll take a load, and it was kind of like, quote unquote, any other freight load. You could whip them with a wet noodle saying, be here at 12:05 or you're not going to get this load, darn it. That's not how this works. You are all over them. Thank you, thank you. Come whenever you want. Doesn't matter. We'll take care of you. And oh, by the way, there's 14 trucks that showed up that we didn't expect in front of you. And oh, by the way, all those wreaths aren't going to fit. Now you got to lose this one load. And they tell you, oh, that's my favorite load. That's Mrs. McGillicuddy and I are best friends. I got to deliver that one. So then there was so many moving parts, and primarily because it was volunteers and because of the emotion involved with each stop. Some there's no lie. Some of these stops, a driver is, he sets them off in front of somebody's garage, which happens, and never sees the end result. But then there's the ones where the Glee Club comes out and has got cookies and hot coffee, and they're singing to them, or there's an escort into town with children and police. I mean, it goes on, and these guys and women and people and the carriers. There's a lot to this, and I think we would all agree. I don't know if there's anything like it on a national or the level that there isn't.
There isn't.
Yeah, and so as I've said in other interviews and other people, the industry gets it, and I think I might have mentioned that I've had recruiters. The recruiting of over-the-road truck drivers is an industry in itself, and they spend a lot of money to get a guy or woman behind the wheel of a truck, and you might do 10 interviews and hire one person. And that one says, all right, Mr. Recruiter, I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to sign this contract, and I know my truck's sitting outside. Just one last thing. I need to know that you can get me with an empty trailer to Columbia Falls, Maine, so I can pick up a load of wreaths. And he's like, what? And I'm like, no, really, I'm not signing this document until you tell me that you can do this. And that time that I've had 3 calls at one, I think it was my last year as director of transportation, with carrier recruiters saying, basically, what the heck is this all about? And they were kind of angry at me a little bit, and like, don't blame me. What's the problem? And the problem was that, somebody's holding them over the barrel saying, I want to do this. And if you're trying to get me to move from this carrier to your carrier, you need to tell me that I can do this, or else I'm walking out of here.
It's a business.
That says a lot. I mean, that says a ton.
It does. It's exactly what Wreaths Across America is all about. And for those listening to Trucking Tributes today who have already become members of our honor fleet at Wreaths Across America and already haul these veterans' wreaths from point A to point B, they know that they are hauling America's respect. And they have so many times said to us on Trucking Tributes, Dawn, that this load is the most precious cargo that they have ever carried. And you are not making up stories here. This is, some drivers have made their decision as to who they're hauling for and who they're working for based on, will they let me do Wreaths Across America? And that's not unique to the transportation industry either, Don. We have had law enforcement officials do the same thing.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes, we actually have one of our law enforcement officials who works on the annual wreath escort actually changed agencies that he was working with because the other agency put a stop to his involvement with Wreaths Across America, and he just would not hear of it. And he said, look, I'm switching agencies. And he literally left that police department he was with. And the contingency to go to the new police department was, can I still and will I still be participating in Wreaths Across America? Because we have people say it all the time. I'm even thinking that folks at RadioNemo probably had the very same revelation when they first got involved with Wreaths Across America. When Jimmy first came up, he and I was his first Wreaths Across America contact, actually, and we met in Connecticut. And I think they had that awakening as well about how it works and how dedicated our professional drivers and our carrier companies are to the mission to remember, honor, and teach. And once you get involved once, you want to stay involved. That's why it's a little melancholy for me to think that I'm actually stepping away from Wreaths Across America. All for good reasons, just retiring, nothing serious. Going to have a little fun with my husband and my dogs working forward. But Don Queenie is going to be taking over the helm here, taking Trucking Tributes along with Elizabeth Barna. So those are voices that you are going to hear moving forward. But each of them tells the story, as I have on Trucking Tributes, and as all of our professional drivers have relayed, that this is very much a people business and a people driven mission all throughout the country. We are in every single state. We're in Puerto Rico, we're in Guam, America's Samoas. Wherever a U.S. service member is laid to rest, chances are Wreaths Across America is remembering them, honoring them, and in the process, teaching the next generation the value of freedom. And as I've always said on Trucking Tributes, Don, that these veterans wreaths go by truck, trains, LNG tankers. They've been hauled by planes. They've been hauled by livestock trailers. I mean, everybody gets into it. And then so you learned so much coming in thinking you were going to tell them how to rule the roost and how to get these loads. And so what was your learning process like in terms of evolving from there? Because then you took on the responsibility of being our director of transportation at Wreaths Across America for several years.
Yeah. Well, there was a good foundation to begin with. So that was, Debbie Sparks stayed on with the transition and helped me. And Sarah Worcester had already been at it for quite some time and was the best conduit between the technology on how we kept track of all this and how we did this. It was really Debbie's and then mine and now Courtney's responsibility to recruit, retain the carriers, continue to get the word out, twist an arm as needed, maybe once in a while to get somebody to take an extra load. It'd be one thing if the trucking industry had been completely highly profitable for the last 20 years, but it hasn't. And the industry's had a few good years, but for the most part, it's been kind of stagnant on profits. And there's been a lot of consolidation. I mean, carriers that would do 7 loads would just vanish during the year sometimes, not, meaning they'd go out of business. And so that was 7 loads you had to make up. And that's no small feat to be able to do that. And then when you increase loads, your number of loads by, I don't know, not tenfold, but probably 30 to 100 new loads a year. I think one year that I was there, we had 60 some odd new loads that we had to book. And so anyway, so the transition was working well with the foundation that was already there, doing the best that I could with my bedside manner or knowledge of speaking to drivers, speaking to carriers, being able to talk a little bit so that they knew that they that I was speaking to knew that they had somebody that had a clue about the industry and what it took to do and having an understanding that this isn't like just bringing a truck out to a ball field to do a touch a truck event. This is expensive. And I actually did spend one off season right after Wreath Day, after my second or third year, actually putting a dollar value, an estimated dollar value on what each load actually costs for the carrier or the driver itself. So I think that was an advantage that I had, or anybody has, with some of that background to be able to commensurate with those that are agreed to do this, but may be struggling to afford it or what have you. So it runs the gamut. There's the bigger carriers that this is a major part of their program that they use to thank their veterans, thank their drivers, and do their community outreach. And then there's a few that, they save up all year to be able to take time off and be able to pay for the fuel and everything in between.
Absolutely. And it takes all of that, as we've often said, a cliche phrase, but it takes the village to get the job done, because as we know that they've heard on Trucking Tributes many times that many of our participating locations, and to Don's point, in 2025, we are over 5,300 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. And we're growing. We grow every year. It's a grassroots growth. It happens every year. But a lot of these participating locations are are smaller. Some of them are community cemeteries. Some of them are memorials at American Legion clubs or things along those lines. So bigger trucks can't get there. They can't get in to do that job. So we make arrangements, and that's part of that logistic and the whiteboard, figuring it out on the whiteboard as to who's going where and who's going to pick up, and where are our volunteers on the ground going to meet the driver with the truck so that they can offload their truck into the livestock trailer to get the
Right.
livestock trailer to the location to where they're going to be doing National Wreaths Across America Day. And it is just that extraordinary. The logistics are immense as we continue to grow, as we do every year, because of patriotic American citizens. That's how it's done. There's no magic per se, magic dust sprinkled every December. We have individual volunteers that will step up and say, I will volunteer to be a location coordinator in my community. I will get my civic clubs involved and my scouting groups involved, and all of these organizations come together to participate, to support that one location where veterans are remembered and honored. And we even have transportation companies that become involved as location coordinators. We've got our professional drivers. Some of our professional drivers have been so impacted by Hauling America's Respect that they have stepped up and said, in addition to hauling my load from point A to point B, then I'm going to also operate a location. And that point A to point B is probably really important to remind our listeners, Dawn, on Trucking Tributes, that you do not have to drive all the way to the state of Maine to pick up a load of veterans wreaths, because you operate cross docks all throughout the country. Explain that process.
Yeah, so I don't operate any. That's Courtney.
Courtney does. Yes, Courtney.
Courtney and Sarah are the ones that are operating.
Absolutely.
Now, I did help bring some of those on board, and yes, we all operate. We all work on this together. But we do. We have cross docks in many places. Some in Virginia. We've got cross docks in Missouri and Mississippi, and a few in Arizona and Central California, the Northwest outside of Tacoma. The list goes on, and some of them, if those that are in the industry to think of a cross dock, they have a vision in mind of what that looks like, but it's not always just that. In a couple of cases, it's a fancy horse barn in Ohio with a former state trooper that he and his wife and his daughter make 60 or 36 stops around Dayton or whatever, but yes, so we have those cross docks, and those play a vital role, because getting wreaths 3,000 miles across the country on a volunteer donated basis is difficult, and it's quite a sell. And to try to sell somebody on that, and those that do any of this, God bless them. But those that do those long hauls, God bless them, because it takes a financial burden off of this mission, a tremendous one. While I'm at it, I mean, it was 3 years ago now, I guess, that I put a pencil, and I had some help with the folks at JB Hunt and tried to use some of their calculating technology on what have you. But I back then put the value of the in-kind donation at well above $8 million that the trucking industry donates. And the individual load cost a carrier or a driver about $10,000. Because everyone must realize that we're not right on I-95 in New Jersey somewhere, or the home base. Right. It's a long ways to Columbia Falls, and it's a beautiful drive, and there's no problem. But it is one way in and one way out. Yeah. And so usually they're deadheading quite a number of miles to get here, and then they drive, and they're not always in their normal routing. They're not always where they would often empty out. So they make their delivery or deliveries, and then they have to deadhead to get back in line for their normal routing. And so you combine all that, and then take into account that they don't get the load that they might have gotten paid for, to do all of this. And that runs around $10,000 or more. So God bless them. God bless them all to make it happen.
It's an amazing, amazing contribution to Wreaths Across America from the transportation sector and division. And yes, our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, along with Sarah and Rob and everybody in the transportation division at Wreaths Across America, just amazing. The Wreaths Across America has an amazing team in place. And probably the most important people of the team are our volunteers, our boots on the ground throughout the country and in the transportation division that are making this all happen. Well, Don Queenie, once again, another half hour on Trucking Tributes has just flown. It's been incredible. I think it kind of almost kind of poignant that you were probably one of my first Trucking Tributes interviews back in like 2017 or so. And now you turn out to be my last Trucking Tributes interview. I'm not going anywhere. Everything's fine. I am retiring and going to be letting Don Queenie and Elizabeth Barner slip into the broadcast chair. And they are going to be your voices moving forward for Trucking Tributes. And they're going to let you know, as I have done over the years, that Wreaths Across America just is filled with gratitude for the contributions that you make. And we'll do our best to make sure that, number one, we listen to your feedback and use that to positively improve the conditions and the environments that you are dealing with as carriers for America's respect. And so, Don Queenie, keep the great work going and moving forward, as I know you will do. We keep moving forward at Wreaths Across America. And I wish you the greatest success and have a blast doing these interviews because they're fun.
They can be very fun. And I'm not going to say that Elizabeth and I have big shoes to fill, because I know that's not true, but we got a beautiful pair of shoes to fill. And I really look forward to doing this and taking the legacy that you started on up to whatever level, whatever direction we go. And I will continue to sign off like I have with Michael Hale when we used to do the truck stop thing and say, keep the shiny side up.
Amen to that, sir.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I am one of the founding members and very proud of it because this is Road Gang Radio live from Fastport Studios, but Jimmy is in Washington, so hello, sir.
Hello to you, my friend Phone Master Dre. I will be seeing the folks from Fastport probably sometime this evening. Chef Marty also arrives, Navy veteran that he is, and White House chef, good friend of the show as well. Lots of folks are going to be kind of popping in and percolating through my life over the next couple of days. Vet Ready Summit, of course, then followed by the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. On Friday, we are broadcasting from 11 to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I think it's from 10 to 2 your time. We're Radio Row. We got some stuff we got to work out there, too. I'm sending over a guest list who we have approved. Some really great guest guys, by the way. Rick Neuheisel is going to be one of the guests we're going to have on the show. A lot of really groovy folks. Athletic directors from Army and Navy. A lot of folks are going to be dropping in. It's the kind of quality entertainment you can expect. It's a big deal. It's a big honor. We're very excited about it. We have finalized the guest list, and we will be letting you guys know who is going to be joining us in short order as well. Big thanks to Susan Patton, by the way. You got a chance to hear the replay. Susan is stepping down and taking a much-deserved retirement. She will be dropping in the live with Lindsay and I when she arrives on the scene at, 10 in the East, 9 in the Center on Road Gang Radio. I'm also going to be talking to Lindsay about your AI therapist. I read a pretty terrific article in Scientific American, the one about the Big Bang. But in the back of the article, they talk about your AI therapist, the dangers of using AI chatbots for therapy. Allison Parshall has written that. I'm going to share a couple of my thoughts with Lindsay, see what else is going on with her before we actually welcome Susan Patton to the show. But in the meantime, we always take care of the maintenance of your truck, and we take care of the maintenance of you and your family when it comes to Highway to Health, and we pivot to that now. Digital media expert, author, and educational innovator Nicole Dreiske's got 40 years of experience in developing advanced educational strategy. She, by the way, is an acknowledged pioneer of screen-based educational programs. And along with that, you guys know she's the founder and executive director of International Children's Media Center. What she does is integrates media and movement into the 21st century classrooms in new ways that rehumanize the way children engage in technology. This is really important for many of you guys who have kids at home and often struggle because you're not there as much as you would like to be to come up with great strategies for parenting your kids in this digital age. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome back to the show, as always, another member of the reconstituted Road Gang who you can find at icmediacenter.org and find her books at icmediacenter.org/books. Nicole Dreiske, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. What are you doing in Washington? As if I didn't follow you on Facebook.
Oh, good God Almighty! It has been. I would tell you it was the troubles of Job, except that Job never had so many great friends. God took away Job's friends in his moment of crisis. I think the funniest moment of all of this, Nicole, came when Courtney George, who is the head of transportation at Reads Across America, called me, desperate, being like, you can catch a train from Boston. And I said, Courtney, I'm an hour and 15 minutes away from you. She's like, what? Yeah, I said, I have never done anything. I've actually done plenty of stuff like that. Having been a reporter over in Europe during some really kind of nasty situations, I can tell you, sometimes you arrive at a place and everybody's gone, and you got to figure out a way. Except the people that aren't gone are looking at you funny, and you got to figure out a way out of there really quick. So jumping over to Providence, Rhode Island, to catch an Uber, to get to Logan, to rent a car, to get to Columbia Falls, to go to Bangor, and on it goes. Hey, how are you? I'm doing okay.
I'm doing great. But listen, I wanted to touch on something really unusual that came out. Did you know that even Disney, the Disney company, is getting into the, quote, tech-free, quote, act. Seriously, Toy Story 5 is delivering one of the clearest warnings about modern childhood that I've ever seen. Because a villain isn't a monster or a scary figure, it's a tablet. And this kind of casting reflects a real concern among parents and scientists and hopefully policymakers. Screens are taking over the time, attention, and imagination that used to define childhood. So, today's kids are spending 5 to 7 hours a day on devices. And the average toddler expects new stimulation every 7 to 12 seconds. Dude, that's not curiosity, it's overstimulation. So the real world play is crucial. Eye contact, shared smiles, joint physical attention from parents, emotional mirroring, those are all critical for wiring the social and emotional brain of kids, and that's what teachers keep saying to us as they get into preschool. They don't have any of that. So anyway, Disney's message, in my humble opinion, is a bit belated, but it's so necessary because protecting childhood is where we've got to be if there's going to be a future that is not a cliche, that's a reality. Okay, done with that. I think that where you started, the physical aspect of what's going on with us when we are using screens is so important. And so for our solutions, we are doing human-centered work with screens. Well, what does that mean? Okay, that means that we're helping kids focus and self-regulate in person while they're using screens. And it's embedded with laughter and reflection. It's kinetic, not static. And so we weave in these brain-based techniques that sharpen focus and self-regulation. So parents and teachers get a very simple, practical toolkit. There are short, you could call them rituals, but they're not. They're actions and words we put together that are fun to do, that kids enjoy, so the habits stick. So we're teaching kids to turn on their minds before they turn on the screens, and that protects them, their mental health and their physical health. So movement is a key part of all this. And I know it sounds counterintuitive. What do you do with movement if you're there with a screen? Well, in a classroom, we'll use a big screen. And movement grounds kids in their bodies. That helps regulate stress and improve focus and prevents that whole zoning out thing that we know happens. But, Jimmy, the kinesthetic exercises we do are short and powerful. And you may remember our micro movements. We did a whole show, I think it was either 2022 or 2023, for the drivers on micro movements, because in adults, micro movements can address, neck and shoulder pain, lower back pain, hip and knee pain, eye strain, general stiffness. So all of those problems build up from tensions and blockages throughout our body's ecosystem. But you can break the tension and blockage cycle and introduce release and relief into that body at any point. If you can do that, you're going to get changes throughout all the systems. And that's why the micro movements that we do with kids, which involve hands, we call it hand play. They're fast. They involve shaking the hands and stopping together. We call it shake stop. Can't do that when you're driving. Okay, that's a different set of micro movements. But they are one of the most accessible ways that we can reboot systems and restore homeostasis, which is the body's optimal baseline. So we're doing the same with kids in sedentary classes. And, unlike EdTech fixes, Screen Smart helps kids cultivate skills that they carry into every part of their lives. So empathy, critical thinking, healthier relationships with digital media, and greater self-confidence. And, I'm going to say something I don't think I've ever said on one when we're putting a new, on with you guys, when we're putting out a new program. If you want your young child, age 4 to 9, to be part of a live online learning group with other kids once a week. Remember what I promised all these years, Jimmy? Half an hour once a week? Okay. So once a week, go to our website, icmediacenter.org, and get on our mailing list. Because parent groups are forming all over the country. And, dude, as far away as India, I'm not kidding, for Screen Smart at home. It's something completely new. We've never done it before. With parents, in the winter, a lot of kids stay home, and they know about us from schools, and it's like, do you do anything that we could do with our kids at home? And so we set up these groups, these parents, and you only have 8 other kids in a session, and it's a blast. It is the same program we do in the schools, but it is at home, and you get to see what we're doing, you the parent, so that you can do it with the child, and it will be fun for you rather than a struggle. So that's something new, and we are super excited about it.
Nicole, I wanted to throw a couple of things at you, by the way. First of all,
Sure.
You must be delighted that your new book, Screen Smart, The Future of Education, was the #1 top seller on Amazon the day after you launched. Okay, and a couple of other things here really quickly I want to throw your way. So there's a couple of things that actually seem to be a pushback has begun. As you know, that the state of New York is banning phones and screens inside of its public schools. It experimented with 2 schools over the course of the year before the grand adventure begins next year and found the results were better than they possibly could imagine. The 2 schools that actually did it, one of which was kind of what I would call not an upscale, but more of a kind of a charter kind of school.
Right.
The other one was a standard high school. Both of them resulted in much better relationships and much better outcomes. The second thing is the fact that I keep thinking about like the Minecraft movie when it first came out, and at first people were complaining about how there was too much talking during it, people being all active and participating and kind of like almost borderline Rocky Horror sort of behavior until Jack Black walked into a movie theater and told people to kind of lose their minds. And the last thing is the fact that my dad has a comment that he makes to people who often, there's the back in the day crowd. God, I wish things were the way they were. My father always tells people they are. He said, if you want things to go back to the way they were, he says, wake up in the morning, read a newspaper from cover to cover rather than putting your TV on, come home, watch the local news, watch the national news, and then turn the damn things off, and you will be amazed at how much things are still the way you remember them. My concern here isn't a concern at all, because what you're talking about with micro movements and families participating over at icmedia.org, there's a lot of groovy stuff going on. This is where the working class hero in me comes out. I am concerned that we are seeing a great pushback that's occurring. A lot of informed, smart, caring parents are beginning the long march back to kind of push back on this, and even the Disney Corporation seems to be in on the act as well. But here's my question. So many parents are literally in a working class environment where they are being literally, we used to make a joke all the time. You always knew when I was a disciplinarian at a middle school, an urban middle school, you always knew when the parents would show up and when they wouldn't. And it wasn't about less caring parents. It was about the parent for whom the drive from work to then have the meeting to then go back to work took 3 hours out of an hourly wage job.
Absolutely.
As opposed to the ones that could show up, take a long lunch, come in off their career, and do that thing. How do we accommodate? How do we make sure that we don't have an entire proletariat? Sorry, my free soiler. I won't call it Marxist. My free soilers coming out. How do we make sure the people who actually do a lot of what I call the heavy lifting in this country have the same opportunities for the same sort of things for their kids as well? Because the other thing is that this technology is actually becoming cheaper because it's a great panacea. It's like throw a screen at them and let them rip. I'm exhausted, So that's a couple of things for you to kind of chew on. All right.
Couple of things. First, there are alternatives now, and a lot of parents do FaceTime or Zoom in to meetings in those situations. So that's one way that technology is at least abridging that burden. The schools, especially in rural areas, are trying to make the most of technology to accommodate parents in that. So I wanted to throw that out there. And those things are not bad, Jenny. A couple of really important issues. The way we engage with screens as human beings has to be brought into focus so that when we use them, we do so in ways that are healthy. That's all. Kids can have access. The rollbacks are not going to flip to the opposite direction in the sense of everybody in the world becoming a Luddite and nobody ever having a smartphone. It's an impossibility. It's used, these devices are used everywhere for everything, which is why, unlike the addictions that we see with drugs and alcohol, we have to have healthy ways of engaging, because y'all know once you're on that abstinence train with the drugs and the alcohol, you don't get back on. Okay, it is complete and total. That's how those things work everywhere that I've had therapies. So in this modern age, there is not we've got to stop rocking and rolling emotionally back and forth about what's good for our kids. What we have to start with is that less tech in early childhood is crucial. I don't care how many affluent kids are getting their smartphone at age 6. Oh, and did you see that article? Jimmy, this is really important. There were like 2 of them in December. And on December 1st, the smartphone before age 12 carries health risks, higher rates of depression, poor sleep, and obesity among tweens who had early access to a cell phone. You know, actually, I really wanted to say that because, hello, Christmas is coming up, and anybody who is thinking of getting a smartphone for their child, that, you know, this really strengthens the case for holding off on it. And it was the journal Pediatrics, which comes out from the American Academy of Pediatrics right here in our country. And they analyzed data from more than 10,500 kids who participated in the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study. So the upshot is that the younger kids were under 12, the younger they were under 12 when they got their first smartphones, the greater their risk of obesity, poor sleep, and mental deterioration, the kind that gets into early depression. And so, once again, if we can introduce screens to kids in a way that feeds the brain, not the buzz, and by the buzz, I mean the market, okay? I mean the dopamine, the constant dopamine. If we do that in a way that helps them be aware, and you can't see me, my love, but I'm holding my hands over my chest, that gets kids to be aware of what they're feeling, and then I'm tapping my head and thinking about what they're watching, all kinds of new brain centers open up, Jimmy, and they like doing that. They like knowing how they are being affected. Sorry to speak in that way, but I'm doing it because that enlightenment process, which takes about 5 minutes in a classroom if you're not talking down to kids, when I do it for high school and college age, no one wants to be manipulated, Jimmy. No one wants to be that. It's basically the underlying issue is our personal agency, our control over our relationships to the devices. If you give kids that positive basis, and in Screen Smart, honey, we are interweaving it with literacy, with social emotional learning, with self-regulation, with critical thinking. Okay, we do all that. Parents, you don't have to worry about that part. But we interweave it. the healthy digital habits part is something they grow to love. Those are the stories that make people cry, Jimmy. I'm not kidding. Where kids come running up to us as we are leaving a school after the 12th session and tell us they want to be us for their little brothers, okay? Because they want them to be screen smart too, because it is something every child needs in a digital world. We got to have a healthy way to engage with that. And here's a simple trick. We show kids we care about what they're thinking and feeling about what they're watching. Okay, if I'm saying that to a group of high school kids, I say it with a different tone, all right? Totally. But the way we care is judgment-free, Jim, okay? Judgment-free, meaning I don't care what you've just seen with your friend. I don't care how many hours you just said you watch. None of that matters to me. We care in a judgment-free way. And when young children realize that a positive, enthusiastic adult cares about what they're experiencing, please note that word, Jimmy, experiencing with screens, they start to care more about themselves and what's happening in their brains, okay? And so it sets up this ecosystem of sharing and caring about what they are viewing. So you're creating community and caring around screens. And in that kind of community, it stretches from the classroom to home and back, and you can end these cycles of depression and loneliness that are driving even our youngest children and that are driving pushbacks. Now, here's the thing. I agree with no screens in schools. Have you been in a high school? Have you? Where every kid is on their freaking phone while the teacher is trying to teach? It is insane that we waited this long. I'm not kidding. But to that point,
well, actually, Nicole, can I go one step further?
Yeah.
It is insane we've
Absolutely.
waited this long, and it is insane that we have empowered, and I am not being Grandpa Ranty Pants here. It is insane that we have allowed some of these kids to actually act like that they are active collaborators, as opposed to, let me make this really clear. Are their feelings important? Yes. Is their input sought? Absolutely. Do they have a right to help shape the decisions that will make their lives? Completely. But the pushback, the resentment, and the sense that we have, and I don't want to use the word entitled because it carries too much stuff, but that we have made think about how dependent we have made these people on the anger that often presents itself. And what
Go ahead.
But this is where I'm actually going to pick on the parents and not the kids, because this is one of those places where physician heal thyself. The number of people that I talk to who are playing Sudoku and playing Scrabble while I am talking to them, how can we be angry at these kids for having these things tied at the hip when all kids do from the moment they come out of the womb, and especially from 6 onward, is mimic the behavior of the people who are in their lives most closely? And
Absolutely.
like I said, it ain't about the kids. I'm not being like these damn kids have always been the same. They're not going to change. They're kids. I'm with that. But it's just, why we didn't do it sooner is kind of staggering. It's because we were too busy getting our own drink on. Sorry.
No. But, honey, the reason that the Illinois chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics had me teaching was because I was the one who said, parents aren't going to quarrel with their kid's drug dealer when they're on the same drug themselves. And I'm talking about the phone and the tablet. I was super direct with that. That it's we might have a hard time resisting our social media feeds and texts and emails, but now I'm going back into the family and how you can build this into something good. Yes, as a parent, you're a role model, and that means following a lot of the same guidelines that you want for your kids. So if you ask your kids to limit their screen time, you do so as well. Because seriously, Jimmy, when I started this, you remember with Screen Smart, I didn't just sit up and go, hey, I'm going to take all that work I did with festivals and I'm going to put together something for classrooms. No, I talked to 5 groups of people. Okay. Parents, obviously big one, teachers, school administrators, early childhood behavior specialists, and then, number 5 was kids. All right, and half the kids, when I said, what does a great relationship to screens look like to you? What do you want? The 2 things they really wanted were trust and for their parents to get their faces out of their phones. I kid you not. Now I couldn't fix that one, the second part, except that I could give kids a way to go home and start talking with their parents about what they're watching and how they're feeling. Okay, so let me go, if you are having a hard time resisting your own digital temptations, sometimes it helps to admit it to kids. I instead of going, this is work. I remember. You remember that phase? I remember when I heard every parent go, "I'm working." Yeah, right. I see Candy Crush there. All right. So it's honesty. It's admitting that you find it difficult to put down your device. It's a global issue where parents want their kids to do differently and better than they do, and that's not going to happen. You have to have an honest conversation. So but that's a simple thing. Jimmy, one bit of honesty can sometimes change the entire, I'm going to use this word again, ecosystem of the parent-child relationship. So that's a huge thing. And then, again, keeping kids off social media is not pushback. It is not pushback. It is serious mental health. It's like saying, well, yeah, maybe I'll let you have meth when you're 50. Wait a minute, hold on. It's, because that's what this stuff is like for your brain over and over. But we're emotionally going flip-flopping and going, okay, let's take it all away. That's never going to happen. So get the emotions. Remember what I said to Dre the last time? You've got to get the emotions out of it before you can make the decision. You can keep emotions at your core. You just can't let them spew out at your child about what that child is doing with their devices if you want to have any relevant dialogue or meaningful change. Next thing, to your earlier point, you have to be mindful of how you're using devices yourself. We are all 21st century families, every one of us. And with that comes this new kind of awareness, which can be toxic or it can be hopeful and rely just on the things that your dad was saying, Jimmy. I'm not kidding. Things are the same. Kids are the same. People are the same. And we can tap back into that by allowing ourselves less digital buzz. That's all. You got to go back to a few analog things so that grounds you. And what Screen Smart does is keeps the analog on brain-based learning levels, okay? So instead of just saying, oh, we're going back to, we literally make sure that this omnipresent, wonderful thing that parents do with their kids, it's called reading a storybook with them. I'm talking very young children, okay, that is connected in kids' and adults' minds to what they do when they watch something together, that you cuddle, that you stay close, that you stop something and you make a comment, that you look at it and you interact. You told me that your family did that with actually a feature film. And so I'm just saying that a couple of times a week you can do that. And if you need more information, contact us at icmediacenter.org.
Managed to get that in there, Nicole. We are almost out of time here. I do want to remind people that the book is out. It's doing very, very well. And I read something the other day, too, over in Scientific American. I wanted to share it with you among all the other paranoia that it was creating me about AI therapists. It did have this really wonderful thing about the benefits of raising conscientious kids. Conscientiousness, however, is associated with the same and arguably more benefits of self-control. Conscientious people have better health, are less likely to be depressed, are wealthier, and live longer than people who are less conscientious. Compared with extroversion, conscientiousness is more strongly related to academic success, work performance, and lower rates of substance use. Conscientious people have grit. And what in many ways you're talking about is not getting it perfect, because this is one of those addictions that you can fall off the wagon and get back on and not have set yourself back a decade. So it really is about being mindful and staying in the game, right?
and keeping devices out of the bedroom. If there is one thing, you keep it out of the bedroom. The relationship between social media use, poor sleep, and sleep difficulties in young people is all about what you're doing at night. Create a culture at home where all phones are off by a certain time, and make sure it's at least 1 hour before going to bed. And that is, listen, if the response is, I'm doing my homework late and I'm having a group chat about social studies, okay. Yeah, it's going to be a difficult conversation, but have that conversation not just in the moment when you're trying to get them to put it down, but at a time when you are balanced, when you are grounded. It's like, okay, we got a family problem here. An open conversation is critical. That conscientiousness, what you call conscientiousness, is absolutely part of Screen Smart. And one of the things that delighted teachers, year one, 2011, I kid you not, Jimmy, these kids in our class have the grit to keep going with all kinds of learning that they were resisting before.
Nicole, I wish we could go on. We are out of time. Guys, please go to icmediacenter.org. Nicole Dreisky, of course, is not only a member of the reconstituted Road Gang, she is a founder and executive director of International Children's Media Center, and we are thrilled to have you on, guys. Please check out her new book. It is doing extraordinarily well. You can find it over on icmediacenter.org/books. Thank you, Nicole.
And on Amazon.
And on Amazon. And where all books are sold, where it's a big, big seller. Thank you, Nicole. Love you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. We'll be right back. Look busy. Roll out the welcome mat because she's coming round the mountain. And round is not a fat joke.
Is the mountain a fat joke?
Yes.
Whatever.
There are two mountains.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
On the 12th day of Christmas. No, what is this? What does that start with on the first day of Christmas? Is that
25th.
The
25th is the first day of Christmas. The last day is the Feast of the Epiphany, January the 6th.
Okay, so I won't sing it yet. But I will say that per the guest that you had on just a few minutes ago before I came on, Nicole Dreisky, talking about, she ended it with technology right when I was listening at the end here and came in and thought, crap, as the Freya's new iPad showed up yesterday for Christmas from Santa, of course. But here's the thing, Jim. Okay, everything in balance, everything in moderation, including moderation, right?
Correct.
Something like that.
Correct.
And I just want to extend that conversation a little bit. Having a child who was 7, being at a bus stop every morning with other kids and judging how other people parent, because yeah, I do. I don't care. I'm here to say it. And by judging them, I judge myself, though, and that's fine. And I was just like, I was thinking about technology this morning as it affects kids, and then to hear her talk about that. And I thought, you know what? But it's with balance. Like we got one of the little Amazon Fire Pad things, whatever, for Freya. I bought one for her when she was a baby, because it was on a crazy deal, like $50, and it was normally $300 or something. And so I got one. And I have had that one ever since. And we use it for travel, or for if she has to come with me to the doctor or the dentist, or those are the main, travel, if we're, on a plane or long road trip. Those are the main times she gets it. Or when mommy needs her to go away. No, not really, kind of. But it's all in balance, right? And there's no way to not give it to your kid, because if you don't give it something to your kid, then your kid's the weird kid. But if you give it to your kid too much, then your kid becomes the jerk or the recluse, or one of the two. So it's figuring out balance with it is what I have to say. That's all I want to land on. But it's 100% up to you, the parent. Give it to them sparingly. Don't give it to them as a babysitter. Okay, that's all. That's all.
A couple of great things in there, by the way, that actually you're not far off from where Nicole was actually talking about it, because Nicole's got no problem with technology. Right. As a matter of fact, in the first part of the interview, talked about the idea that if you can do that kind of stuff and share it with laughter, if you encourage Freya to come over and say, Mommy, look at what I just found here. Look at this. This is funny. Let's look at it together. Enjoy ourselves. First of all, having spent time around Freya looks people in the eyes. Freya is polite. She can be a bit bashful and shy, but she would be that way regardless if there were screens in the world anyway. She is a warm, friendly child who likes people. So a lot of the antisocial stuff that people are worried about doesn't really seem to kind of affect Freya. That being said, this isn't about you and your parents, but maybe. What's interesting, though, is maybe it's okay to raise the weird kid. And if by weird kid we mean the next David Lynch, that's terrific. If by weird kid we mean, Judy Tenuta, that's terrific. And by weird kid, if we mean the one that smells, that's not a good thing. But that's about parenting too. That if the kid doesn't want to use screens, or you find them tinkering with Lego. By the way, it's a great story today about one of the biggest Lego constructions in the world happened last weekend. But if your kid's putzing around in IRL, don't encourage them to jump on screens if they don't want to. But it's balance, and there's nothing I've seen in regards to Freya's behavior that tells me that she is an unparented or neglected child, and that's just from personal social interaction with her. And
I do lean into the weird. I lean into the weird. So thank you for noticing the first part. But I do lean into the weird, Jim. Freya does voices. She impersonates people, and I'm like, oh, I mean. Some parents might be like, that's annoying, because the voices can sometimes be high pitched, or could be like, oh, my child's got multiple personalities. Some parents would be nervous of that. I lean in because I'm like, maybe she'll be on Saturday Night Live. That's where my head goes.
The other thing is too, and by the way,
your muscles look really big when you sit like that. By the way.
Oh, actually, I have forearms. Thank you very much. It's really funny because that happened to me all weekend long. People would walk over and say your muscles look really big. No, I constantly, it's the nicest thing. People are always like, man, you're a lot bigger than I thought you would be. The Dr. John kind of reality of dude, you're like tall.
You were just sitting and pushing them up, and they look big. Anyway,
they look very nice. It was very kind of you. But one of the things that's so important about having a weird kid, I think, is to let them find their weird and to encourage their weird unless the weird is destructive. I just think that there's so many people that forget, and the other thing is your child is not an embarrassment to you. People have got, that's one that, and that's more of a generation.
Only embarrassment when she's when she's misbehaving, like in a restaurant, running around, not paying attention to me. Ray can be kind of mean to people want to hug her and love her that she doesn't know, other kids. She can be mean, and that embarrasses me, but I'm also like, boundaries. I like it, kid.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about people having boundaries. I was thinking about you during all my trials and travails at airports. One of the things that I love to do is read. And I guess the only smart thing I did this entire weekend from Thursday on was I had a ton of magazines with me, Lindsay. At Scientific American, I had the Flow book, a lot of really groovy kind of magazines. And I actually found a really terrific article on AI therapy that both scared the living hell out of me, but also gave me hope for what AI could help in regards to therapy with. And I wanted, if you have a second, before we get Susan Patton on here.
I gotta go, actually. Sorry.
I figured.
Yeah.
I figured. The interviewer, Allison Parshall, actually is interviewing C. Vale Wright, who's a licensed psychologist and senior director of the APA's Office of Healthcare Innovation. These guys focus on safe and effective uses of technology in mental health care. And what Parshall asks is, how could an idealized, safe version of this technology help people? I'm not going to give you all the nightmare scenarios. Let's go with the best case scenario.
Go positive, because our audience is already nervous, so go with the positives.
Yeah. The two most common use cases that I think are one, let's say it's 2 a.m. and you're on the verge of a panic attack. Even if you're in therapy, you're not going to be able to reach your therapist. So what if there were a chat bot that could remind you of the tools to help you calm down and adjust your panic before it gets too bad? Meaning that you work with your therapist and you program into the chat bot your strategies for coping with anxiety. So simply it's like, take me through the process. I'm a little bit scattered right now. Take me through the steps I need to take to kind of calm down.
Let me say real quick, there's some great apps that help with that as well that are, of course, apps are AI, like Slow Dive. There's one called Breath. There's one called Rest Easy. There's all these great apps. Slow Dive is a good one. But I use one, let me just say real quick, I use one at night called Most High. Anyway, and it has sort of sounds, but and it's some stories, and I put on one that is under the deep sleep and meditation category, and it's a deep sleep recovery one, and it's rain with some guided breath. Anyway, there's plenty of those. If you're, I love where you're going with this, Jim. Just to remind people though, you do have to have the wherewithal to say though, like, I understand in this moment of unrest that's all it is, and there is something by just taking a breath, by just that I can distract from this quickly. So you have to be willing to acknowledge that. FYI.
It's really cool. And by the way, those apps that you talked about, what Vale Wright actually talks about in responding to the interview with Parshall, Vale Wright talks about the idea, they say that the app stuff is really solid. The problem is that the app stuff takes a little bit more work and requires a much more active participation than these kind of, dopamine-induced chatbots. The other use that we hear about a lot is using chatbots as a simulator, a way to practice social skills, particularly for younger individuals. Let's just say you want to approach new friends at school. This is really about, I have made the decision that I want to be more socially interactive. I want to come out of my shell. I want to talk with people, but you don't know what to say. You can actually use a chatbot to practice. And you see what I'm saying? The idea that in the way that a simulator for a trucker is not the same as the truck, but it does help get their motor memory skills down. And what the chatbot can do, they say, is it's not going to tell you great job. It's not going to be like, you're wonderful, but it is going to give you strategies from which to kind of open up conversations, small talk strategies, how to avoid awkward situations, also give you possible responses, and then you're able to kind of respond as well, too.
I love that exists. It's crazy to me that exists. So I'm glad it exists. Also, someone like me who could talk to a wall. I've never met a stranger. Jim, you're the same. So I forget that those things are necessary, that people are like, wait, you just can't walk up and talk to somebody? You can't just walk in a room, make friends? Like, that kind of thing comes naturally to me. There's so many things that don't come naturally to me, but I forget that thing exists. And especially as it pertains to our trucking audience, again, a lot of
a lot of these men and women, one of the things they like about the business is they don't have to interact a lot with people, So
people who want to be left alone.
People
That's
want to
what
be
Dave's
left alone.
great.
But that's why those kind of apps are great, even if it just gives you somebody to work some stuff out with. Chowder's on the phone, so I'm going to make sure we get him before our next guest, Jim. But I think things like that are a good just reminder there's literally something for everybody. There's literally something for everybody. I want to talk about AI a little bit more on the show because I've been doing some deep dives and I want to expand outside of ChatGPT. So let's hop to Chowder real quick, and then maybe after we talk with Susan with Reese Across America, we can dig back into this conversation.
I'm gonna end it with one thing, Lindsay. I'm not gonna go through the answer, but man, the last question of the entire interview. Wait till you see what the question is. It seems like there is a tension in trying to build a safe chatbot to provide mental help to someone. The more flexible and less scripted you make it, the less control you have over the output, and the higher the risk that it says something that causes harm. So let that sink in.
Let that land. Good luck
Wow,
with your
and
life.
the answer we'll talk about later. But we got Chowder on the phone. You want to say good morning to him, Lindsay?
Good morning, Chowder. How are you, my friend?
No Chowder.
Oh,
We
Chowder's
lost
gone.
him.
Good morning, Jim. How are you, my friend?
It seems like there's a tension in trying to build a safe chatbot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a chatbot now. I'm simply responding. But no, it's like I
Chatbot.
said.
You know that I named my chat GPT. His name is Sage.
Mhm.
I think I've told that before. And he and I got in a fight yesterday. He they.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I let him have it because he led me astray on some website stuff, and I was pretty upset. I was pretty upset about it. We can dive into it more after Susan, but basically, it was really funny. I found myself reprimanding chat, and then had to be like, this is not a person. But quickly, also, I was like, I also wouldn't treat a person that way. Like the way I was talking to chat, I would never talk to anybody. So I almost was able to get my aggressions out. It's almost like I was able to work it out on somebody else, aka my chatbot. But I also realized that I have graduated past ChatGPT. It just can't do the things for me. I've mastered ChatGPT and then some, and I gotta find it. I think the way to master ChatGPT, by the way, is not listening to how other people do it. Specifically, putting your own prompts in, figuring out. It helps once. It's helped me figure out a little better who I am, what I want, what direction I want to go, and I'm ready to move on. And there's so many other AI worlds like beyond ChatGPT. That is the gateway drug. I think the G in ChatGPT stands for gateway drug. And I'm moving on, Jim.
Yeah, I think especially as we get older, we have to figure out the places that we continue to struggle, use the Chat GPT as a way to build the bridge between our core competencies, and use the Chat GPT to kind of be able to seal the deal when we have to work alone or we're working with a limited number of people and we don't have a lot of time. It often can actually fill in the gaps. Is a really nice thing to kind of begin to kind of have a conversation about that. Speaking of filling in the gaps, Dre's going to fill in the gap with a bit of music here, and then we will pivot. Pivot. She was taking. I had my head down right as she took a sip of coffee. That's on me, Dre. Do it.
Bada bing, bada boom. I'm very excited about this conversation, Jim, because, well, first of all, because we love Susan. Second of all, we love Reese Across America. And third of all, because it means I'm about to hedge your way and get to see the wonderful people of Reese Across America. Just one of the best things we get to do every year around this time. Good morning, Susan Patton. How are you, friend? I don't think she can hear me.
Susan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
You didn't hear. She didn't hear all the lovely things I said about her. Then let her know.
But by the way, Susan, Lindsay just introduced you to like the holy heavens. By the way, I wanted to let you know that you are the best person in the world, Lindsay. As we welcome Susan here, I want to tell you quickly. I've said this on the show before last week when we replayed Susan's farewell edition of Trucking Tributes, but I want to say this again. When the first time I ever went to Reese Across America, I had to broadcast from the Avenue of the Americas and then take a livery cab over to the St. Anne's Club, which is also a Knights of Columbus hall. Of course, the convoy was running behind, so I got there like 2 hours before they arrived. So much so that because my dad was the two-time Grand Knight of the Knights of Columbus, they made me an antipasta plate while I waited. And when everybody got there, this chaotic rush of people, I would have been lost except for three people. Nate McCarty, Ralph Garcia, and this lady said, "Are you Jimmy?" And I went, "Yes, I am." And it was Susan Patton who put me in a big bear hug and said, "Until we figure out which truck you're in the car with me and Rick." I had no idea who Rick was, but I just went along with it. Susan Patton, welcome to Road Gang Radio.
It is such a privilege and honor to be with you guys, Jimmy. And, you just brought back some memories for me as well. And we're going back this evening to the St. Anne Club, and it's going to be quite reminiscent of our meeting. And yeah, it was just a great experience to connect with you.
Hey, Susan, can you hear me by chance yet?
I can, Lindsay.
Okay, great, wonderful. Well, I will dote on you again and just tell you that when I hear your voice and when I start talking about Wreaths Across America, kind of all the crap, all the things that bog us down around this time just goes away. It just melts away. And that's what I would love for you to talk about, something different outside of the logistics around everything, what's going on at Wreaths. But I want to hit at the core of it, which is the spirit, because, right now we're thinking about our Christmas gifts and when we're going to be off work and when are the kids out of school and wrapping and family and what are we going to serve, all the things. And then you strip all that away, and I step on that hallowed ground there at Arlington Cemetery, and I see family members talking to lost family members, but, by us saying their names and remembering, honoring, teaching, where they will always still be alive. And all that goes away, Susan. And I just want to know from your perspective, for the people that have listening who have never been, because, by the way, there's still time. You can still get there this coming weekend. What is it really? What is the spirit of Wreaths to you as a human being, not as somebody who works with the association, but as a human being? What does it do for your soul this time of year?
Lindsay, it's impactful. It really is. It's powerful. And I've got to tell you, just coming out of the ceremony at Polar Park this morning, we're all freezing. It's absolutely frigid. And we heard two speeches this morning, one from a Gold Star father about getting the notification of his son being killed in Afghanistan, and one from a Gold Star sibling talking about her brother. And she made such a poignant statement that sometimes the siblings get lost in all of this. Everybody says, how is the Gold Star mother? How is the Gold Star father? But it's the siblings that sometimes are forgotten. Wow. And I have all patriotic fool. I have always loved my country. I never served, but I really got a grasp on what it means to serve and sacrifice. When I came to work for Wreaths Across America, I'd always been a journalist, a broadcast professional, and I just didn't really understand what my patriotism felt like and what it really meant until I started hearing the stories of these Gold Star families, the siblings, the moms, the dads, the aunts, the cousins. I mean, everybody, the entire family is impacted. And, a lot of folks mistakenly think, Lindsay, that we're decorating graves at Christmas time, and that is not at all what this mission is about. But it does happen to fall during the holidays when, of course, evergreen has been used for centuries as a symbol of remembrance because it's one of the fresh commodities that you can actually get when all other plants have generally gone dormant. But it's a time during the holidays when we remember that these families are still looking at an empty seat at their holiday gathering, and what an impact that has to have. I've become very, very close with some of these Gold Star families inside and outside of Wreaths Across America. We still socialize and gather together for fun special events. And you can see that there is no expiration date, Lindsay, on their grief. Yes, they learn to compartmentalize it. They learn where to place it in their life as they keep moving forward, to mention our theme for this year. But they never, ever forget their loved ones. And that is their greatest fear. And that's why we do what we do at Wreaths Across America, because the greatest fear of these Gold Star families is that their son or daughter or loved one will be forgotten. And we just cannot let that happen as a nation.
One of the things that it took me a long time to kind of figure out a way to phrase this about what it does, and I talked to Elizabeth about that this morning. It transforms the lost one into the process of being haunted by a ghost to being joined by a spirit. And I put it that way because the idea, J.D. Walker and I were talking about that, and the grief is a reality. You hit the nail on the head. Grief is a reality. It never goes away. But whether or not the grief is overwhelming depends upon people who share that grief with you. If the grief is by itself, if only you carry it, it overwhelms and crushes. If it is shared, then it is shared with empathy and love between people, and it lifts the burden. And I think that in many ways that ride and that afternoon, that morning over at Arlington, all across the country, is a shared sense of we handle this grief with you together. And that's the kind of thing it has left me with. I wanted you, Susan, to kind of talk about, because I brought up the St. Anne Club, to kind of give people a sense of, there are places you go to, it's firemen, it's a bunch of heavy-set firemen, up in the New England area, and then you end up at a big old Italian feast. It is literally every sort of American is represented on that convoy, are they not?
Oh, absolutely, Jimmy. All walks of life, everyone comes together. And as you mentioned, we are a family. You often hear folks involved with Wreaths Across America say, we're a part of a family, we're part of a family. And it is the God's honest truth. We may be a little dysfunctional occasionally, but we are all together because we do share that grief with these folks, and we are able to laugh about it and hug and stop and take a moment. But when we get to the St. Anne Club, it is just amazing. And that group of individuals at that club, their whole goal, they've told us before when we arrived, they don't want us to have to lift a finger. They know we're exhausted. They know we've been on the road, a new hotel every night and 4 or 5 stops and ceremonies a day, that emotional roller coaster, and they truly treat us like kings and queens, and we have just a phenomenal meal.
And there's Italian sausage and chicken, fricassee chicken, Lindsay. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and ask your question, Lindsay.
Well, no. I'm glad you brought up the dysfunction, by the way, because that's what makes it relatable and reminds us all that we're not alone around this time. And honestly, the family element, because, Susan, I felt like I'd be curious if you have one person that sort of stands out. I'll never forget my very first time to Arlington about to be with Wreaths Across America. I think it was about 12 years ago, and we sang at the amphitheater, and then went out and then I drove the volunteer thing, the bus around, got to meet some volunteers, and then went and literally wandered the cemetery, and I was sitting at one gravesite, and a woman came up to me, and it happened to be, she was a Gold Star spouse, and so it happened to be her husband's grave that I had happened to sit down at, and she said, "Thank you so much for sitting there." And her exact words were, "It reminds me that when I'm gone, people will still come to see him." And it just landed with me, Susan, like took my breath away, landed with me. I will never forget it. I will never forget her. I can see her face right now. I'm sitting there with her again in my mind. And are there things like that happen for you? I know the answer is yes, but that happen for you every year where you're like, okay, that was my takeaway. What's a takeaway, a specific person or takeaway you could leave us with?
My goodness, there are just so many, Lindsay. And as I said, we've gotten so close with the families. But what strikes me the most, and I would be hesitant to mention a specific family because they're all just special and unique. But what strikes me the most is that they want to remind everyone involved with Wreaths Across America, because sometimes it's uncomfortable. Sometimes you don't want to go up to a family member and say, gee, I want to know about your loved one, because you're afraid that you're going to bring back this rush of grief. But that's not the case. They want to speak about their family members. They want to tell you their stories. They want to share their stories of service. And it really is so special, and that's why Wreaths Across America is so important, is because many of these families are not able to necessarily visit where their loved ones are laid to rest. Many are not able to get there for years. Some of these service members who are laid to rest don't have living families anymore, and that's why we always say their names out loud when we place the veteran's wreath on the headstone, because it's so important to make sure that that memory is carried on. These families, Lindsay, I think I'm overwhelmed the most by their sense of grace. You know, when you think about your own life and the person that's the most important to you in your life, and you think, what would I ever do If I lost that person, if that person died, I would never be able to carry on, right? That's the first thought that goes through your mind. How am I going to live without them? And their ability to do just that, and then go on and make meaningful contributions still with their lives and get involved still with their communities and their special events. That's what the Gold Star Mums, of course, is all about, is service through their grief and serving others and making sure that they're out there. So I am truly just in awe of their strength, their courage, and their commitment to be sure that their loved one is remembered.
One of the things when you first meet an organization, your initial and then ultimately the impression you walk forward with moving on from that point is the first impression that's made. I told the story about the St. Anne Club, Susan, and I wanted to say this. I know that you and Rick have some wonderful plans for your life moving forward. I wanted to say that my love of Reeves Across America is so dependent upon the generosity and kindness and just absolute big hug, welcoming energy you extended me that first day in the lobby of the St. Anne Club. I can't thank you enough. So much of my impression of that place is due to you. And I wanted to let you know that on a personal level. A lot of our friends out there will understand. The first person that shakes your hand, gives you a hug, offers a smile, and says welcome makes all the difference about how you'll experience that thing moving forward. And thank you. Thank you for all you've done, and thank you for your service to this wonderful organization.
Well, thank you so much for saying so, Jimmy, and I'll never forget our greeting as well. You know, I was hearing as a broadcast professional all about this Jimmy Mack guy, this Jimmy Mack from, the radio, and I'm thinking, uh-oh, here we go, and you were so genuine. Yeah. And you were just so genuine and loving and compassionate that you made me feel at ease right away. And I said, this is not going to be a problem at all.
Talking to Jimmy Mack is not a problem for sure. That is for sure.
Right.
It's getting a word in. It's getting a word in that's the actual problem, by the way. Susan Patton,
that's right.
we got to get out of here, but we love you so much.
Yeah,
we can't thank you enough.
To roll as well.
Can't wait to see you.
Carry on the great work, and please keep carrying on our mission for me.
Thank you so much. By the way, Susan, we will see Susan, by the way, over in D.C. I will see Lindsay in D.C. I will see the touchdown in D.C. I see Lindsay right now in Franklin. Let's have a little conversation about AI.
Yes.
And the Santa con is coming. And it's a real con. At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Race Across America. There's still time for you guys to go be a part of that, by the way. If you just search Wreaths Across America, you can find out how you can. First of all, you could donate a wreath, buy a wreath, get one for your house, get one for a tombstone. But also, you could go if you guys are anywhere near the DC area or can be there. This is yet another year that I'm not taking Freya, but I'm hoping next year. I say next year every year, but hopefully next year, because I would love for her to be able just to see that, understand the magnitude of it, and have that as a Christmas season, a holiday season memory where she gets to walk around and just have some real, just have a respectful time and reverence time. Because I literally said to Freya last night, I made taco soup for dinner and she did not want it. She was like, I don't want taco soup for dinner. And I did that classic parent thing. I said, do you know there are some children that do not get dinner? And I was real serious and mad about it. And she was like, what? I'm like, yes. There are some children who maybe get one meal a day, if that. Do you understand how lucky you are? And she just and I was dead serious, and she just kind of stopped in her tracks. She ate all of that soup, by the way. But the same thing goes for Reese Across America. When
That's
you
good
ask for
parenting,
that
by the
present,
way.
thank you. Guilt them into.
Now, that's not guilt. You meant it. You meant it. That wasn't
Oh,
a
I meant
manipulative thing
it.
to get them to clean up. You meant it. Guilt when you don't mean it. Guilt is a manipulative tactic to get something you want. You wanted your daughter to eat her dinner because you wanted her to appreciate having the dinner that somebody took time to cook and went out of the way to make for them is a privilege that a lot of people in the world don't have. Full stop. Move on. Go on.
Yeah, and because I wasn't going to give her something different, by the way. If she didn't eat that, it wasn't like, I need you to eat your dinner. I'm like, you eat this or you don't eat. I'm that kind of mom, by the way. I don't make a second meal. That will not happen in my household. And I do judge people who, I admit it, I do judge people who are like, oh, we'll make you something different. Oh, you don't like that either? I'll make you something different. I'm sorry, I judge you. That's not okay.
You're allowed one. For me, you're allowed one. If you have one thing that you just hate, like if you ate it
fine.
once and been like, yeah, but it's got to be one thing that you've tried and you don't like, and you say, but then you say that's your one. You don't get to be a picky eater. Move on. Be a picky eater when you're 25.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, there's certain things for sure. Like, there's certain things my daughter doesn't want, and I don't, I will add I have a salad with my meal. She knows mommy loves a salad, so she doesn't want salad. That's fine. She doesn't have to have that, but I'm not like changing the whole meal. Anyway.
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying. But I mean the same for Reese Across America. The same thing. I want her to see that, like, there's things like that around Christmas time. Like, we volunteer at church, we lay wreaths, we do these certain things. They're reminders that we are so privileged. We are so lucky. And I need my daughter to remember that. Okay, AI. Speaking of being privileged and lucky, we have access to AI. It blows my mind, Jim, to this day. Every time I say, because I use ChatGPT a lot for cooking dinner at night. It helps me with dinner at night. This is one thing I do. If you just want like easy ways to use ChatGPT, I open up ChatGPT and I start talking to it. I just name everything I see in my refrigerator and pantry. I name everything. Now, also, I have to be careful and say, you don't have to use all these things here. I mean, you have to be very specific with it, by the way, and get the prompts correct. But I'm like, here is everything I have in my refrigerator. You don't have to use all these things, but what out of all these things can I make with all these things can I make for dinner tonight? And I've been doing a lot of new things because of that. And Seamus has liked them all, by the way. It just boom. And I'm blown away every time because I say it, I hit send, and immediately it's there. It is a reminder to me that time does not exist. Truly. There's no such thing as time outside of we have a weird concept of it, because the fact that it can put all that together it's relative. It's mind blowing. That's one simple way I use it. I know we're going to hop on the phone here in a second, but I also use it to like just organize. I say, again, everything comes from me. I will spew into it. Say, like when we have an interview, I will spew into it everything I've learned. I won't read off the person's bio, but I will just, Jim, for me, I'll read somebody's book or watch their movie or whatever, and then I will see what I can remember on my own, and I'll spew that all into ChatGPT, and I'm like, now can you just organize it to me in bullet form so I know I make sure there's certain things I want to hit. So I use it for organization and for like cooking and for hey, I have a day to day I need to get organized. It does that kind of thing. Where I got into a fight with it yesterday, Jim, was because I've been working on trying to pull together for myself, kind of like all the Lindsay Lawler offerings, everything I do, from like merch and performances and music and podcasts, and like all the things. I need to get it in one world, and obviously that would be from a website standpoint, but it needs to have certain infrastructure and certain offerings, and there's going to be like a section where you can kind of be a member in the community, all these things. And ChatGPT now has steered me wrong 2 times, and I paid money. Here's where I went wrong. It said, I think you should use this or that, and I did. And I paid for it, and it was wrong. I trusted it explicitly right away. It was wrong.
Dre?
It doesn't work for me. Anyway, so you can't do your own research is what I'm trying to say to you. Don't lean on it. But I got in a fight. I was like, you steered me wrong. And I was yelling at it. And I realized I'm getting out aggression on this because it won't take it personally, and then I won't scream at other people in my life. So that felt good. So I used it as my punching bag yesterday, and I felt much better. Okay.
This is what's interesting. A couple of things at play here is the fact that think about a time, and this will happen, where you spit that thing. This is what I have in my fridge. Tell me what I got going on. And then at the end of telling you what you've got going on, it turns and says, Lindsay, you do know that the Cowboys are playing tonight, and I know that you've had a stressful day based on what your calendar suggests as well, too. Are you sure you really have time to make that, even though you actually have technically time to make it? Are you sure you mentally can handle the process of cooking? And that's where we're headed. That is where we're headed, where it knows our calendar so that when we say stuff to it, it actually knows what kind of day we've had. And based on it, it makes a recommendation where it says, you can make that, but do you really want to make that given all the stress and stuff?
I also yelled at it because it got your name wrong, by the way. I've tried to tell it. My radio show is called Road Gang Radio. His name is Jimmy Mack. His name is not Mac. Don't call him that again. Because I was just talking into it like, okay, me and my host tomorrow, blah, 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 blah. Again, because I wanted it to outline all my thoughts. And it called you Mac. And I was like, you're so dumb, ChatGPT. His name isn't Mac. Why are you so dumb? Okay. Who do we have on the phone? Who do we have on the phone, Dre?
Who's on the phone?
Oh, man, we got Chowder, and then we can get Marshall after.
What's up, Chowder?
I'm more confused now than a no-legged soccer player. I'm just saying.
Amen.
But
I don't know if the no-legged soccer player is confused or just like in the wrong
deeply
sport.
frustrated.
Wrong sport.
Lindsay, he'd be confused on why he's a soccer player if he had
There
no
you
legs,
go.
trust me.
Okay, there it is.
But,
there it is.
So this technology talk's also got me pretty confused. I'm more confused than a side duck in a bad Pokemon game.
Okay.
But I always thought AI stood for
Blind bartender.
Additional income is what AI I thought stood for. And GBT was always Jeff buy this. But I guess I've been out there in the world. But if you have to argue with a computer system to figure out what your planning is, the art of a calendar organizer and personal skills is greatly being diminished in this country. And if you have to worry about the computer knowing what mood you're in, obviously you haven't hit it with a hammer bad enough, because even my kid's dog and cat knows when I'm in a bad mood. So I'm lost on this technology thing. But speaking of technology, Jimmy, we had a tragedy on Friday.
What happened?
Very bad tragedy.
Oh, dear.
I tried telling Dave yesterday, but technology shut me down with no signal. But 30 years I've been driving, Jimmy, and I've never had a microwave in my truck. There's now a microwave in my truck. I have broken my rules of no microwave in my truck.
Wait, and is that the
But
tragedy?
it was only because...
Is the tragedy that you caved?
Because now I'm going to chemically enhance my food to speed it up, because I'm tired of trying to stay awake and not overcook my sausages. So now I have to have a microwave so I can expedite this process.
This is what we've come to.
No cooking on the engine block anymore.
I haven't cooked on the engine block in a couple of years, Jay. I bought a frying pan. They have those things. But no, I was at the boys club, and because I'm cheap, I saw they had a brand new microwave for $25 there, and it was 1 o'clock, so it was half off day. So I figured for $12.50 I could buy a microwave.
I think it's a good move, by the way. It allows you to have popcorn anytime you want it. People always forget that. It allows you to reheat your coffee.
Well, I don't reheat my coffee because I drink it fast enough it doesn't go cold. I buy my popcorn pre-popped, but it will allow me to actually make like chowder and chili and lasagna and bring with me and put it in there and throw some radiation in there, maybe turn into the Red Hulk or something. So
but if you've gone all this time without it, what's a little radiation at this point? You'll be fine.
I've also gone 30 years without a TV in my truck. I don't know how I've ever survived that either. But
do you read?
That one will not go in. Small words.
Yeah, okay. Do you read children's
Jimmy
books?
got me started on the reading thing. Yeah, I've got all kinds of books in here I've been reading.
That's
I can
awesome.
tell
Then
you
you're doing
about
great.
like the Sioux. Yeah, the Sioux being the horse tribes of the plains, invading, Minnesota and forcing them out to the Cheyenne Crow Reservation of, Bozeman, and I got all kinds of books. I even bought a brand new edition of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence when I was at Borders the other day, because I believe it needs to be reread, not rewrote. But I've also got a book in here on ghost stories. That's been pretty cool to read.
I love those kind of books, by the way. Those short and sweet, kind of like spooky tales of the road, ghost stories that'll keep you up at night. Like haunted towns of the American West, and then you're driving through the West. Like, I'm gonna go check that out right now. Lindsay loves that kind of stuff.
That's why I got a backpack, Jimmy. We've talked about. I see a good place, and now all of a sudden my 10-hour break seems to be upon me when I find a cool place to hike. Darndest thing, I have these breakdowns. But the newest thing I have found is this mushroom foraging book, and now I have this 7 or 10 super mushroom 3-pill thing I take that's supposed to help with digestion and bloating and all that I learned about from reading a book that Jimmy got me started on this reading thing. And I have a mushroom coffee that I've been trying, this Rhinzo or something. It's got lion's mane and all kinds of weird mushrooms I can't pronounce, and I'm guessing they're not poisonous because I haven't died yet. But it
haven't died yet.
All good for you.
And I don't get the jitters after I get done drinking my 40 ounces of coffee.
Have you ever tried mushroom coffee?
It is now. The brand is RYZO.
Oh, yeah, you're taking Rise.
Coffee.
Sorry, I thought you said you're doing the supplements. It's great, right?
It's good. It is. I'm surprised how well it is. I always thought we could drink grounded coffee beans, but I was wrong. And
I'm
by the way,
happy
belated. Yeah, happy belated 3 days beyond your 21st birthday, Lindsay.
God bless you, my child. God bless you, my child. Finally old enough to drink.
Oh, my God.
So, and I wanted to really call in late in the show just to tell you happy holidays, everybody. Merry Thanksgiving. And we'll talk to you next bar mitzvah of the new year. And it's time for Chowder to go. So have a good weekend.
Bye.
Thank you, Chowder, by the way.
Have a good weekend. What is today?
Today is Tuesday. You know
Right,
what that means. It's Anything Can Happen Day, and usually does. It's the 9th of December here on Road Gang Radio. You can find us at RadioNemo.com. You can find us shacking it up on the tube of you. You can find us also on Live 365, where you live your best life.
Living my best life.
There it is right
I don't know
there.
what you're waiting
You can
for,
have
something like that?
you can have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. There's all kinds of groovy stuff you can do, and you can listen to us always afterwards on the platform of your choice where you get your podcast from. That is the adventure. That
Are you
is
sick?
Road Gang Radio.
You got a little
Me?
stuffy nose?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm already better, but I literally had. I think it was the exhaustion cold you'll get after you've been on the road nonstop, freezing your ass off trying to get from airport to airport. I literally got a little bit of the Verklempt. I got a little bit of the it makes sleeping tough, but it makes being awake kind of invigorating because of all the medication I'm taking. I just kind of wanted to talk about the AI thing one more quick second here, because the big concern right now is these AI therapies. And a lot of people, especially people who are isolated and alone, are beginning to rely on these too much. And one of the things that the good Vale Wright actually had to say was a vulnerable person going to chatbots for help, if you're expressing unhappy, unhealthy, or harmful thoughts, often the chatbot will simply encourage you to embrace them. It doesn't point out the bad thinking. It simply it affirms. It doesn't put the brakes on. It's the equivalent of playing Angry Birds. It's attempting to give you a dopamine rush. It has no sort of guardrails that tells you, hey, you know what, that's not healthy thinking. Maybe you should go talk to somebody else. The other problem, Lindsay, is when you go talk to a therapist and you talk about your unhealthy thoughts, what can't the therapist do? Anything with it. They literally are committed to silence by HIPAA. There's only a few things that they can report, meaning your information is locked solid with them. With these chatbots, people think they have the same protections. Anything you tell a chatbot can be gotten and can be used against you for data. There's no protection there. So if you're telling deep personal secrets to a chatbot, it is going to the people who actually create the data for them to use to figure out ways to manipulate you. And if you don't think they do, you haven't been paying attention. So all kinds of concerns there. ChatGPT is wonderful.
I also kind of don't care. I'm like, use it to my advantage. I don't know. Now that you know a lot about me, build me something that'll help me.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, my concern
I
is
mean,
like,
I do care. I'm kidding. But.
Yeah, I mean, but the ideation of like really dark thoughts, it should be held to the same standard as a therapist.
That
You can't
is,
tell people.
but also like as my husband pointed out the other day, he's like, well, I will not use AI because then they'll listen to me, they'll know too much about me. And he was like, oh yeah, really? Hey Siri, what's the weather today? Like in your house. Hey Google, turn off my lights. Like, come on. People that don't think they use AI do. That's all I'm saying.
And the people who really don't use AI, you don't know them because they're so far off the grid that nobody talks to them.
Yes.
So let's get that down.
Yeah.
Let's get that down. The people who really aren't playing that
Do you
game
have a
really
cell
aren't
phone?
playing that game.
Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Have you ever gone to Google? Those things are AI.
Yeah, and by the way, you are living unless you are living physically in the Idaho of the mind with AK-47s and Dobermans, you are using AI. And even there, you might be using AI if you had to get a chip for the dogs. That's it. We got Marshall on the phone.
Marshall. Platter.
I have an idea for you. Check out Gronk. That's Elon Musk's AI platform. I listened to an interview with him and Joe Rogan or whoever, where he explained the difference between his AI and ChatGPT, and it was quite interesting because you're getting everything from the Google point of view on ChatGPT. So just check it out. See what you
I will. What stood out to you as why you actually found it interesting? What was the biggest nugget takeaway?
He explains a lot of the negative aspects of ChatGPT in the fact that it's all Google related, and Google puts their stuff out based on their advertisers first, and so on and so forth. So it's the people that spend the most money at Google are always at the top of the Google list whenever you do a search, whether it's a search on an individual or a search on a business. So that was one of the things he was pointing out. So I own it. The only AI I use, I seldom ever use Google. I don't like Google, so I use DuckDuckGo for all my searches. I'm about to get to my second stop here on this.
By the way, thank you, Marshall, for that. By the way, thank you for being a part of Reach Across America. What's the experience been like?
So far, nothing special, really. I mean, it was very nice at the place I loaded at in downtown St. Louis. Everybody was nice. They gave me a nice gift bag. I never wear hoodies, but I decided since I'm doing this, I should wear the hoodie they gave me with the Reach Across America on it. But anyhow, I haven't done any cemeteries or anything yet. I just met a guy at a John Deere dealership in Seneca, Kansas. I have 13 more stops. This one will be my second that I'm headed to right now in 7.8 miles. So, and they're just going to meet me at a house that used to be a bank in the middle of town. I have a feeling it's a very tiny town. I'm doing all little small towns. I've got 14 stops total all across Kansas. So one or two of them are big orders. So I imagine those may be at the cemeteries or something. So I don't know yet. But all the ones so far, it's just been individual type deals, and everybody's really nice. So it's rewarding. It'll be something special by the time it's all over with. But
just getting started. You're just getting started.
I'm getting into it. But I mean, I'm headed to Munden, Kansas. Look that one up on the map. It's just going to be a little dock. So. Like I said, I got to meet him. It's a house now. It used to be a bank. You can follow those directions.
A house that used to be a bank. I heard somebody yesterday talking about she bought an old church that somebody had turned in to a house. Somebody had already done the renovations and turned it into a house, and it was small, but she bought it, and it's a writer, and she bought it to be as sort of her retreat home. But I started thinking about all the energies that would lie in somebody's old church that now you lived in. But think of that. The energies, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because, living the energy of abundance in a bank, but it's also where some people have no money in the bank. So I don't know. That's conflicting energies, Jim. You want to live in a church or a bank?
Oh, a church, by the way, but that's a New Orleans church, by the way. I want to make that really clear.
Fair.
That New Orleans, I don't want to live in some kind of, what I call
Southern
creepy-inspired
Baptist.
place.
You don't want to live in a Southern
no,
Baptist.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Praise
No,
the
thank
Lord.
you. No, thank you. I do want to live, though, in some kind of place that has, like, a whole lot of back rooms and a lot of, like, balconies and stuff like that. That's always a groovy thing. Marshall, the other thing is make sure you keep calling us on a daily basis over the course of the week when you can. We'd love an update, especially if you get to a cemetery or something, and keep posting those pictures and keep tagging us as well, my friend. I really appreciate that when you do that, to let us know where your adventures are taking us.
I'll do it. No problem. I'm
You're
going
the
to get
best.
off the phone because I'm 6.9 miles away, and I'm just sitting on the side of the road, so I wouldn't lose signal. So, and hey, since you're in the country now, why don't I buy Freya a pony for Christmas? That way she'll learn how to take care of an animal and stuff, because surely you won't have to go out there and feed the pony when she's not doing it or clean up its poop or anything.
Surely
Gonna
not.
get her a drum set, too, by the way, Lindsay. We'll take care of all this stuff
That
for
is
you.
Santa is bringing her a drum set for Christmas, by the way. A
Oh,
used
my
one.
God.
He's bringing her a used one. A pony would be great. Oddly enough, I'd prefer you give her a pony than her uncle, our good friend Todd, who bought her fish. And I'm like, now this is at least a pony I would love. Fish, I don't love. I eat fish. And now I'm like, now you've got me something that I have to take care of that I don't love. And that's annoying. But I will take care of it because I'm a good human and I don't want it to suffer. Ugh. But yeah, you can get her a pony. I'll give you my address. Just send it here. Thanks, Uncle Marshall.
Uncle Marshall stole the high life. He's on his way to a bank. Well, it used to be a bank. Now it's a house. He's actually moving the mission forward. I have a feeling, Lindsay, if I know how they schedule things, if he's got two big loads at the end, those are the cemeteries. Those are the cemeteries, and there are plenty of cemeteries across this country. Most of you guys know about that because you drive those rural roads. I can't tell you the number of times on the way to Boston, Lindsay, I drove by one cemetery or another that had signs up saying, coming this Saturday, our Wreaths Across America laying of the wreaths will take place. It was an ongoing thing on my that drive. I spent more time in a car this weekend than I did at the driver's lounge, and it's been quite a trip so far, to say the least. It has been. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be on the air with you. When Dre and I settled in this morning, I was oh, that's right. As we kind of hurtled through time and space, I had that feeling of
You get time to rest now, or you don't have to do anything else today, right?
I have a couple of emails that I have to send that are important in regards to our lineup, but that's it. But I'm agreeing with you, actually. I have very, very limited things to do. I have one important meeting that's actually with a friend, and I have one email to send. After that, I am good to go. I'm really looking forward to it, by the way, and I'm looking forward to you and Tara getting here. I'm really excited about that as well. I can't wait to see you guys. It's going to be. I think it's going to be one of the most fun years we've had up here. We got a lot of things cooking.
Why?
Why? Because Chris Miles is going to be here, and he and I have been talking about this video game tournament for veterans. We've been putting together through the Woodruff Foundation, and what that could mean for both us over at RadioNemo, what it could mean for Sonopar, but most importantly, what it could mean for the men and the women who are gamers who have served this country, and a chance for them to kind of, tie those binds between them, bind those ties between them. I'm looking forward to that conversation. There's some people here who I got a couple of things cooking with that I can't wait to kind of talk to and catch up with as well. And it's the first time in a long time I've gotten here with enough time to enjoy some of the stuff around the Vet Ready Summit. That's a big thing for me as well, too. I usually get here after a couple of days.
You know what's cool about the Vet Ready Summit? And speaking of tying binds or binding ties or binding your stomach, I don't know. My neighbor Lee Pepper, a dear friend of mine who is also an author and has been on our show. Yep. He will be one of the guests at the Vet Ready Summit. He is also speaking because he's an author, but he is a veteran. He has a new book out about it's kind of like his own version of the art of war. And it's from like a marketing perspective, from the like a battlefield perspective. Marketing meets the battlefield and how to kind of live your life in those realms, whether it be business or just kind of your personal life. So he is speaking at the Vet Ready Summit on Thursday. I hope he will be on our show, but I'm not sure if that was scheduled or not. I requested it, but I hope so. But very cool in those worlds. I love that. I don't know how it came about. If somebody from Fastport heard him on our show and therefore booked him, I don't know how that came about. But very cool when those worlds collide. So that's something that I'm most excited about, to see my neighbor in a different city.
And I enjoyed talking with him so much.
He's brilliant.
And I can't wait to actually meet him in person, which is really awesome. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of great people that are going to be here. We have a lot of great people lined up. I'm going to be sending, by the way, our list request for both to make sure that Tara gets into Radio Row on Friday. We thought we might be broadcasting simultaneously with Dave in one location and then kind of handing off to us. We decided that was just too many moving pieces, so I have to basically make sure that the request for Tara is in, but also to turn in that remarkable list of guests that we have scheduled that we would like to have on for Radio Row. There's some exciting people in that list, dude, and I am really, if we get half of them, it'll be a great afternoon for a lot of our friends out there on the road, Lindsay.
I have my Navy sweatshirt I will be wearing. Did you bring something Army to wear?
I brought something. You'll see.
That's a no. That means you're going to buy something today.
No, it doesn't. Actually, I have something, but you'll see. You'll see. It's something my dad gave me, which is really cool.
I'm wearing something Navy sweatshirt because my dear friend who's marrying my other dear friend, my friend Tim, just did his 25, retired from the Navy after 25 years. So I will be wearing his fiance's Navy sweatshirt. He was going to give me his really cool Navy jacket to wear, and I was like, I'm not going to the game. I'm just going to be at Radio Row. I was nervous to take that, and I don't trust myself traveling with something. It's like Navy sweatshirt. Even though it's from Guam, which is pretty cool. She got it on his base over in Guam, but I was scared to travel with that because, by the way, I left a $5,000 dress on the plane when the first time I was going to sing at the Capitol in D.C. So don't trust me with your valuables and your goods is all I'm trying to say. The other thing I'm trying to say is coming up next, Jim, a little bit different time. Thank you, Seamus. Seamus just brought me a coffee.
That's very kind of him.
The husband that keeps on giving. See what I did with the snake, babe? Okay, sorry. There's a cool snake on my cup, and I gave it a little hissy. It made its tongue come out. Okay, coming up next is Country and Western Music News at a little bit different time because we have a really cool guest at 10:30 talking about Santa Con and emphasis on con and what happens when something that started with beautiful intentions, humanity turns it into disaster. Well,
it's called humanity.
It's called humanity,
there it is.
Unfortunately. We're going to talk about that. This is a fascinating documentary. But before that, it's country and Western music news because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We did, and we lifting off from Nashville to Washington, back to old NOLA, baby. Take it away, y'all.
The temperatures may be low, but the passion for trucking burns bright for Alaskan driver Tiff Hargraves. known to many as Dalton Darlin on YouTube. She joins Trucking with OOIDA, Trucking with OIDA, to share what life is like on the road and how her career journey took her from commercial fishing to commercial trucking. Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA immediately following this show here on Road Gang Radio. And, of course, as always, after we tell you what Trucking with OIDA is, we cut to one of our favorite segments on the show.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
It ain't time, it's about time is what it is.
That's me. Hey, did you know that this segment is available as a podcast? What?
What, huh?
What's that you say? I can hear it anytime I want. Yes.
A lot of episodes. Wow.
Yeah. Just head on over to wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're listening to this as a podcast now, you already know that. Any podcast streaming platform. That's Apple, that's Spotify, that's Pandora, that's iHeart, that's all the things. And just put in country and western music news. And you know what? You will get it right there. Everything we've talked about in the past. And Jim, what I love about our country and western music news is that it's not just Google stuff. It's just, you know what? We don't, it's not salacious gossip. We pontificate around it. We usually know people attached to the stories, and we deep dive, Jim. And that's why I like it. That's why I pat ourselves on the back. Okay, Jim. Here we go. So if you watched the Kennedy Center Honors, did you?
Parts of it.
Parts of it. Well, then you saw Garth Brooks walk out, and perhaps your brain ran through different wrong scenarios before you got to the real one, because there may be 4 or 6 or 5 or 10 explanations to make more sense of what he was actually doing there. Okay, let me unpack this. So the 48th Annual Kennedy Center Honors, they happened on December 7th this week in D.C., where you are now, where I am heading tomorrow. Big night, Jim, big names. And this year's honorees were Sylvester Stallone, George Strait, the King, Kiss, Gloria Gaynor, she will survive, and Michael Crawford. And yes, Jim, President Donald Trump hosted the ceremony, which, by the way, is wildly unusual because usually sitting presidents, they attend the honors, but they do not typically host them. But we have no typical president, perhaps you've noticed. And he was very active all night. He was greeting guests before the show and even did a presentation with the honorees in the Oval Office, Jim. Lots to unpack there, obviously. But we will not. Lots to unpack on your own time. So now you would think Garth Brooks was there to honor George Strait, right? Obviously, Jim, right?
Right, sure.
No.
But
maybe it's a different reason. No, plenty of other artists handled that part. Garth Brooks was actually there to perform for one of the non-country honorees, which is already a fun twist. Vince Gill was the one who spoke on behalf of George Strait, which was a nice full circle moment, Jim, because if you remember, George Strait honored Vince Gill at the CMAs, which happened in November. Then, so at the Kennedy Center honorees, Vince sang Troubadour and became one of 3 performers paying tribute to the King of Country, George Strait. Brooks and Dunn came out with Amarillo by Morning, and then Miranda Lambert closed the medley with Run. And by the way, according to USA Today, she apparently got one of the biggest standing ovations of the night, which is nice to talk about, that the female honoring the men was the biggest performance of the night. Now, did you see any of these by chance?
I saw Miranda Lambert.
You did? What's your take on Miranda Lambert? Which, by the way, she's building a house down the street from me, so I see her area every day, and I'm so excited for her to get settled so that I can invite her over to do We Should Write. Right?
That's not a bad idea, actually. I hope you're going to do it.
Show up. I'm going to bring cookies and tequila for her to dip her cookies in and say, welcome to the neighborhood, We Should Write, right? What's your take on her not knowing? I know that you don't know a lot of her music, but just your let's say what your thought already was, and then now bookended with what you just saw at the honors.
Well, you know, I tell you something. The standing ovation was incredibly well earned. First of all, I thought I'd never really seen her live before. I mean, I had the same experience with the Macy's Day Parade, seeing a couple of performers I'd never seen live before and really enjoying them. I just thought that she What was the song that she did? What was the name of it again?
Run.
That's why I couldn't remember it because it was so simple. It's
somewhat, some might call it an obscure George Strait song. It's
I
not one that
recognize some
comes
of the
to
other
mind.
ones. It didn't, I mean, the song didn't land in the sense that it was like, oh yeah, this song. You know how when they often Kennedy Center honors, you might not know their catalog, and then people start singing, you go, oh my God, that's right, they wrote that. There were a couple of other ones where I'm like, okay, I kind of know that one. I didn't know it. And it just kind of felt new and fresh to me because I didn't know it, because it didn't sound like the same old thing. It was the same old thing. A lot of people who love him know that song, but I was kind of like, I've never heard this before. So I'm probably going to go back and listen to what his version sounds like now. Is it similar? Is it, because they always put a little twist on it. They always put their own twist on it.
Well,
like
yeah,
Sting,
it was, first of all, a female doing it, and she's real. Like Miranda has a real thing about what she does. Here's what I love about Miranda, Jim. It's that she's not good at everything. She's not comfortable at everything. And where I realized that and thought about that, I just listened to her on Joe Rogan, and I did not like the conversation. She seemed very uncomfortable to me in the conversation, and I realized this isn't where she's comfortable, and that's okay. It makes her more relatable. Sometimes entertainers, they get out and they can talk, they can do all these things, and you're like, oh, that's just somebody that's on a different echelon than me, and like on a different dimension. She is not. Miranda is just like a guy's guy, a girl's girl, whatever, and she's where she is most comfortable is in Texas, is hunting, is riding a horse, is shooting guns, and is making country music. Like, she is country music to a T. And she's very authentically that. But put her in anything else, and she's very uncomfortable. But I think that's a good thing. It makes it relatable. It reminds us that she's a human being. You know what I'm saying?
I can say something, actually, now that you say this. I do remember thinking this person is, I'll see people do, country and western performers do singing, and I'll be like, that person is very much Nashville. She did strike me as very Texan.
Oh, very. Very
That's what
Texan.
she struck. That was my thought. Was this is Texas? This is the Texas whiskey. You know what I'm saying? There's no Texas whiskey, but there's a sense of like, oh, this is what that tastes like. This tastes more like that. That's a big deal. And I remember thinking that, like, this is a shit kicker. That's what I kept thinking to myself.
She's a shit kicker.
That's what I
She's
kept
a
thinking.
shit kicker, all right. By the way, there is Texas whiskey. I'm searching it right now because I was like, is there a Texas whiskey?
I'm sure there is. All you got to do is pass it through corn. I mean, that's.
Yeah, there's actually it's got a Texas blended whiskey. It's got a big TX on the bottle, and now I want to buy some of that. Okay, yeah, she's a badass, and she's very unmistakably her. I guess that's how I'll put it. At least for my own taking. She, by the way, when she was married to Blake Shelton, and our dear friend Kevin Post was playing guitar for Blake Shelton, and they'd go on the road. She would sometimes she'd come out on the road with them, or sometimes they'd stay out on their ranch. And Kevin said she would come in, she would make bacon, like cook for the band and the crew. She would come out and be like, I got bacon, or I got, she was very, not like Sally Homemaker, but if it was something that interested her, like I got whiskey,
Texan.
I got Texas, I got whiskey, I got bacon, whatever. She was a Sally Homemaker in her own kind of way. She's a badass. Anyway, so now back to Garth. Well, actually, this was my favorite moment. So a genuinely funny moment. So when George Strait gets up there, Jim, to accept the honor, he takes off his cowboy hat, and we realize, Jim, in that moment, we have not seen this before. We are always used to seeing George Strait with a cowboy hat on or a baseball hat on. He wears like he's golfing. We realize in this moment we have not seen his head. And President Trump, he kind of looked shocked as well because, surprise, Jim, George Strait has a full head of hair under there. And people had a heyday with this moment online and on the internet because they're like, George Strait has hair. We've never even thought about it. We didn't know. We never thought to ask the question. I think people just think he came out of the womb with a cowboy hat on his head and that it's like surgically implanted on his head. But it's not. There is hair under there, Jim. Take a look at it, because it was nice to see. Do you ever think about that when you, if there are people that you've never seen with a hat? Do you know if Kevin Post has hair or not?
Yes, I do.
And does he or not? What do you think?
Yes, he does. Yes,
no,
he does.
He's bald.
He's bald?
He's bald. He's as bald as you.
Wow. Wow, he really does live in a hat, does he not?
He lives in a hat.
He lives in a hat. Wow, I always thought he had hair.
No.
I always thought he had hair. That is interesting.
Lives in a hat.
Matter of fact, the first time I ever saw John Malkovich and thought he was an amazing actor was in Empire of the Sun, and he wears a cap the entire movie. He wears a baseball cap and sunglasses the entire movie. I had no idea what he was actually like. He's great in it, but it wasn't until the end when the cap comes off and the glasses come off. I'm like, wait, that guy doesn't look a thing like I thought he was going to look. I mean, that's happened sometimes. I mean, people. I'm a big hat wearer, but I'm also a guy who has no problem with the shape of my head. So I occasionally, as I'm doing right now, wear no hat.
Probably better for the headphones and to hear with as well. Better to hear you with. Better to hear you with, my dear. By the way, over in the chat, Joe J is letting us know that there are lots of Texas whiskeys. There's a whiskey bar where he lives, and they get a lot of small distillery whiskeys from Texas. Joe, if you get a minute, let us know one of your favorites. Let me know the name of your favorite Texas whiskey. That would be great. Okay, moving on. Some more about Garth here and what he was doing there. So, Garth was the 2020 Kennedy Center Honors recipient, Jem. And he walked out and announced this one that he was honoring Kiss. Yes, Kiss. He opened with "Shout It Loud," and he assured everyone he was not in the wrong segment, which was kind of funny. And then magician Chris Angel came out, and Cheap Trick. They also performed for Gene Simmons and the crew. And there's no photo evidence that Garth and President Trump spoke. People were all curious about this for whatever reason, because people want to know stuff that doesn't matter. They have met before, once in Mar-a-Lago back in 2003, long before politics ever entered the chat. But if they shook hands that night, we don't know. Social media does not know. But you know that politics around Garth, he steers as clear as possible. He loves America, Jim. He makes it very clear. I love America. Period. In 2021, he did perform at Biden's inauguration, and he was immediately accused of picking sides. But he said, no, I just love America. I'm here for that. I love America. It's so hard, Jim, because it is very hard for artists these days to say it. There's so much that goes into what they say yes and no to, because there's so much speculation. Like, how about I just wanted to sing for something that was American and that's a really neat. I've had people ask me, like, on either side, like, would you perform for Trump or Biden or whoever? And I'm like, yes, I would perform. First of all, I will go pretty much anywhere anyone asks me, yes, I will be there. But just how cool to be a part of anything that big is. But I know, Jim, that people have to tiptoe around what they show up at, and that's such a bummer.
Well, Garth Brooks has a little bit of protective covering for that. There are a couple of things. He's got, in the sense that he really does, if it's about America and you can keep any sort of controversy out of it, he will be there for you. And by the way, you want to know a quick way never to talk to Garth Brooks again is accuse him of picking sides. There are a lot of people who found themselves, when they complained about the inauguration, who found themselves without a friend really quickly. Guys, mind your own damn business is what I will tell you. Both kinds, all kinds, as Lindsay likes to say. We're an inclusive game over here as well. This is about country and Western music and about celebrating, celebrating Kiss. You know what I'm saying? Shout it out, shout it out loud, my friend.
Shout it out
that's it. It's like, and those are people, who they got the honor for their cultural relevance. Remember the idea, too, behind the Kennedy Centers, it's about either a body of work or your cultural relevance. In the same way that Francis Ford Coppola a couple of years ago was honored, so was Stallone. Let's be honest with you. He's created two characters of monumental cultural relevance in both Rocky. There's a statue of the man built in Philadelphia, and Rambo as well. These are, he
Imagine
created
if you're
those
Rocky
characters.
And Rambo. Is there anything more badass than that?
I got one that's equal.
Who?
Only one, though. Han Solo and Indiana Jones.
What about Terminator? Does that live up there or no?
Schwarzenegger's got a couple, too, because Schwarzenegger's got the Terminator and
Danny DeVito's twin.
Yeah, and Danny DeVito's twin, which is and the kindergarten cop. No. I would say the only person in regards to the modern era who has that same kind of cultural cachet that Stallone does is Ford. And that Ford created. You could make a case that Ford has created three. The president in Air Force One too. That it's like, think about that as an advertising campaign. The advertising
but that's
campaign
different than Rocky and Rambo.
Yeah. But Indiana Jones and Han Solo aren't.
Yeah, I don't know.
That depends. That depends. That depends. That depends.
Oh,
I'm talking about.
opinions
Here's
are
the thing: is, but in regards to recognizability, they are both recognized as those characters. That's
Fair.
it. Okay.
Okay. Well, if you missed any of it, highlights will air December 23rd on CBS at 8 p.m. that night. And the tribute really does give fans a beautiful picture and overlook of George Strait's career. If you're a fan of George Strait, you won't want to miss that. I am a fan. I will watch it again. Okay. Speaking of George Strait, speaking of Garth Brooks, because, by the way, today is Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood's anniversary. They married back in 2005 at their home in Oklahoma. So we will talk about his bride, Trisha Yearwood. She just dropped a double update for 2026, and she is releasing a deluxe version, Jim, of her album. It's called The Mirror. It's very good. On January 23rd, that is coming out, and she's adding 4 new songs plus a bonus track. Here's what's cool, why I wanted to briefly touch on this, Jim. She follows that up with a tour called the Mirror Tour, which starts March 4th. And she wrote these songs with Bridget Tatum, who I know that's a songwriter friend here in town, and Leslie Satcher. They wrote almost all of the 15 tracks along with Trisha Yearwood, Jim. And she's bringing them on tour with her to do this intimate tour thing. And I love this because it's Trisha on stage intimately with the 2 female songwriters that she wrote the whole album with. So you'll get to see kind of a mixed bag version of the songwriter's take and Trisha's take. I'm guessing. I don't know. I would like to go to this tour and check it out. I'm going to reach out to Bridget and try to have her on We Should Write so she could talk a little more about how she made the album with Trisha and what that tour would look like, because I think that will be an interesting take, Jim, people to see. There's 3 different elements here. There's songwriting, there's production, and there's live performance. And they're 3 very different aspects of the music business that will be cool to talk about, because Bridget Tatum is involved in all 3 of those. So, cool.
Of all the stories you sent me, and they all were really interesting, this is the one that kind of captured my attention. There's been something going on in American plays over the last couple of decades where you'll have like a play written by so-and-so, and then you'll see the credit with, and then they'll have another name. Or dramaturgy by, and then they'll have another name. And it's not to take away, they're distinguishing the fact that somebody wrote this play, but they're also making a point of saying somebody worked with the playwright very closely, editing, making suggestions, being a great sounding board. There is a thing that is going on in the arts right now that I think is really encouraging, because you talk about this all the time of making sausage. And my good friend Danny Nassif, who could not make it to the Reeves Truck Drivers Lounge this year, he loves that. He'll sit at the table with me while I do a show just to listen. I'll put him on headsets, and he'll listen to Dre talk to me during the breaks and all that. He really likes all that stuff. And I think it's so important, which what Trisha Yearwood is doing, is to remind people that the joy you're experiencing in this room, yes, is primarily coming from the intimacy of the performance that we're enjoying right now. But somebody built this. Somebody created this. And it's important to reward those people and to say, hey, just to let you know, they're with me here tonight. I want you to thank them as well. And it's an important thing, and it doesn't diminish what the artist brings. I mean, Sinatra wrote very few of his songs. He curated them. He arranged them. Did a lot of work on them, but it's okay to celebrate the men and the women that create the content and the beauty of what is being created to then be shared through the filter of Trisha Yearwood. I think it's really groovy. It is a great decision on her part.
It is very cool, and as Trisha says, by the way, there's 15 shows she's doing. You can check the tour lineup right now. It's 15 shows. They're all very intimate, Jim, and it's a full storytelling experience. You know this is something I want to do, so I love that it's happening. Full storytelling experience where Trisha Yearwood breaks down her life, her music, her career, and all the songs that shaped her, as well as these new songs and how it goes into it with the songwriter. So very cool. The tour hits both coasts, bunch of spots in between. Very songwriter forward, very Trisha. Check it out. All right, just a quick stop here, Jim. This isn't even a story. This isn't even worthy of a story, but it is worthy of discussion. Yep, exactly. So this one's very short, but Theo Von, are you into Theo Von?
I'm not into him. I am quite familiar with Mr. Theo Von.
Yeah,
I'm not against him. I'm just not into him. How about that?
Same. I'm with you on that.
Go on.
Same. But he was on Leanne Morgan, the comedian Leanne Morgan's, or on a podcast with Leanne Morgan recently. And we have to talk about this really because this is a gift. This is a gift that we'll hopefully keep on giving. So Theo Von, he was on this podcast with Leanne, and he casually dropped, by the way, that he and Morgan Wallen go to Bible study together. Just let that lay in for a minute. Anything you know about Morgan Wallen? And anything you know about Theo Vaughn. Now imagine them in a Bible study together. I'm happy to hear that, by the way. But also, then Leanne goes on to say that she believes Morgan Wallen will have a career beyond country music and that he will be a preacher one day. That is the whole story. That is all I got. I just need everybody to sit with that for a moment. Theo Vaughn and Morgan Wallen go to Bible study together. Great. And apparently she thinks there's a chance Morgan Wallen might be a preacher one day. One more reason I believe there is a machine behind everything that is Morgan Wallen. What if there is a Baptist church machine behind it, not even the music business, and all along they've been planning for one day him to be the next fill in the evangelist of our times. What if it goes that far, Jim, that this has been in the works? I'm just saying.
And great will be the day when Jesus, not Jesus, the three-syllable Jesus, Jesus returns, and he is preached by the good news of Mr. Morgan Reverend Wallen. By the way, this is a Morgan medley coming up here. So we got Leanne Morgan, Morgan Wallen, and there's another Morgan lurking in your stories as well, too. You know what? I'm just going to kind of enjoy the fact that there is a chaotic go-go energy to the PR of Mr. And I wonder if his PR people call people like Leanne Morgan and call Theo Vaughn and say, hey, can you drop a little Morgan in there? I'm just going to start calling people and telling people to drop my name everywhere. Just be like, hey, just drop my name in there. Jimmy Mac's coming. Look busy. Jimmy Mac's working on a little bit.
You can't ask for it. Your PR machine that we don't have yet, Jim has to ask for it for you. But we'll see.
I can ask for you. I can ask for you.
You can ask for me and I can ask for you. That is true.
Believe me, I've tried it with other people and they just don't want it. So go on.
Go on. We don't have to talk about Kelsey Ballerini. I don't think she's probably like a big fan favorite with our listeners. Maybe not. But what is interesting about this story to me, so Kelsey Ballerini opened up recently while she was performing in Sydney, Australia, by the way. And she got real about the 2023 project she put out. It was called Rolling Up the Welcome Mat. I actually liked this project. But what she was talking about, the album itself is about, she's very real and raw about her divorce, and she calls it her divorce album, that changed her life. It changed her career, her sound, all of it. So she told the crowd that now, with hindsight and a little distance, 2 years later, she wishes that she had done some things differently. Like, oops, maybe I shouldn't have done it that way. Her words are, and I quote, I could have been a little bit more gentle. So let me go on, and then I'll tell you why this is interesting to me. So she said that she is very proud of the album. She loves it. It's honest. But she also recognizes, Jim, that a lot of people got hurt in the process of her telling that truth. She talked about when she turned 30 and she stepped into womanhood, and it brought up reflections that, she didn't expect. The line that really hit is, she said, I think the true test of growth is when you can look at yourself and say, I get it, I see her, I love her, but damn it, I shouldn't have done that. And what's just interesting, Jim, briefly to talk about is that we talk about so often, I want to be true, I want to be honest, I want to share my story in full. And also, how do I balance that? Because some other people aren't ready to share their own story yet. So how do you share your story when clearly your story involves other people, but other people didn't sign up to share their story? That is a very tricky thing to do. I'm dealing with it right now as I've been writing stories down, toying with eventually writing a book, because no one else can write my story but me. But there's stuff in this book that would, I'm not going to say expose other people, but people that have been part of my life, they're like, I didn't really want to sign up for that. And I'm like, am I going to have to make alias names of it? How do you, Jim, balance? I want to share my story, but other people may not sign up for that. But I can't tell it without those stories.
Well, there's a couple of things. Romana Clef is always a great thing. I mean, there's never been more powerful indictment of William Jefferson Clinton than the book Primary Colors, and it's just far enough away from the reality of what happened to actually ring more true. A good friend of mine has always said that what you do is you want to create a fictional version of it that comes really close but stops right on the river's edge. is a really great place to go with it. And by the way, look, a lot of these people signed up for this, dude. It's like they signed up for it. And at some point, are we going to be so considerate of everybody's feelings that nobody's art gets created? I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. I mean, sorry, Charlie, you signed up for it. Oh, my God, you were dating a country and western female pop star. Are you shocked that she wrote a song about you after the breakup? Paging Taylor Swift, paging Taylor Swift.
Taylor has taught us nothing. It's that to respect, not your elders, but to respect your celebrity crushes.
Yeah, respect your celebrity crushes, especially when they have the ability to write actual poems. If they can write poems and put the knife in you, dude, if Bon Iver can't wait to sit down and write a song with them, you probably don't want to get into a word fight with them.
Oh, my God, the duet with Taylor and Bon Iver is so good.
Yeah, and by the way, is that about a relationship or is that about America? Oh, my God, is that a good song?
You be
That's
the judge.
A good song.
You get to decide. That's the beauty of Taylor Swift's poetry. I said it. I'll say it again. Anyway, she does say her song Penthouse that she will not be singing it anymore. What happened is she performed it and people were yelling out Team Morgan or Team Kelsey, but some people started yelling Team Morgan out at her show. That is her ex-husband's name, another Morgan here. Morgan Wallen, Morgan Evans, Leanne Morgan. And she's like, you know what? It just doesn't make sense to do that. I'm going on 3 years being bored. Like, I think I'm going to stop doing it. And that's about, like, the song is really good, actually. And, but she's like, I'm just going to let it live on that album, live as a memory. I ain't doing it anymore. And you know what? That's fine. I get you. I see you, girl. So finally, on this day in country and Western music history, in 1979, the year after I was born, American fiddle player Tommy Jackson passed away in Nashville at the age of 53. Here's why I want to bring him up, because he was regarded as, and I quote, one of the finest fiddle players of all time. That in Nashville is a big title to get. He played on hundreds of country records from the 40s to the 70s, and it's been claimed that he has probably been heard on more country records than any other musician ever, Jim, which is pretty cool. He played on many of Hank Williams' classic recordings, and the list goes on. Tommy Jackson, who we lost at the age of 53, by the way. So he could be heard on more country records than any other musician, and he died at 53. You know how much that means he was playing in those years he was active? A lot. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Trucking with OIDA, which is coming up next, Jim.
After the interview with SantaCon.
SantaCon. Right.
SantaCon. Time is relative. Time is relative.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize the day from the Fastport Studios, going on over to Nashville and then also to Washington. Hello.
Hello, by the way. They're going north to Alaska. They're going north. The rush is on with Trucking with OOIDA. Scott and Ashley are going to be talking with Alaskan driver Tiff Hargraves, better known as Dalton Darlin, on the Tube of You. That's Trucking with OOIDA with Scott and Ashley coming up immediately after this next wonderful guest.
Let's go, guys. All right. I am fascinated. There's so much depth to this conversation we're about to have, and no one really necessarily saw it coming. So join us next. We've got filmmaker and storyteller, by the way, Seth Porges. He's the director and producer behind works like Class Action Park on HBO Max, How to Rob a Bank on Netflix, both excellent, and now the brand new documentary Santa Con, emphasis on con, by the way. Class Action Park, it was nominated for a Critics' Choice Documentary Award, and it won Best Documentary at the 2021 Hollywood Critics Association Film Awards. Seth is also the co-author of Our Polyvagal World, and you've probably seen him in about 50 episodes, Jim, of Mysteries at the Museum, because I know you love that. His newest film...
I love
it. His newest film, Santa Con, digs into the wild, wild true story of how a piece of absurd 90s street theater in the Bay Area, created by the same people connected to Burning Man and even the inspiration for Fight Club, by the way, how it eventually morphed into the drunken bar crawl chaos we unfortunately know today. It's told through hours of never-before-seen footage and exclusive access to the original creators. This one is fascinating on so many levels. I have so many philosophical questions, but also a lot of fun ones. Please make welcome to the show this brilliant man, Seth Porges. So excited to have you here. Thank you.
Oh, what a joy. Thanks for having me.
Seth, let's just kind of get right down to brass tacks, because what you're doing here and who you're tracking here is, there's a great line about that all movements become businesses and all businesses become rackets, ultimately. There is an artistic version of this where the spectacle kind of eats itself alive, that what begins as kind of, I guess a derive or a sort of detour into the weird and the wonderful and the happening becomes something that becomes codified, just like the Burning Man movement not Burning Man, just like the Blue Man Group over in Chicago, and like Burning Man as well. Can you kind of set up the folks that started this and then what becomes of this in regards to why did you choose to focus on the story of an evolution from origin point to unraveling? There's a lot to unpack there. Sorry. We're excited if you can't tell.
9 questions, Seth. Hit it.
Oh, I love this. I love this conversation. Absolutely. All I knew about SantaCon was all anybody who's ever lived in New York knows about SantaCon, which is it is the worst day of the year. Like, you step outside, you accidentally run into several thousand idiots dressed in red felt, getting drunk, getting into fights, just being their worst, naughtiest selves, and you don't really think much more about it. And then I had this conversation with a friend. I just ran into him at a bar, and he started telling me how his friends had started SantaCon and what it is today is so different from what it had been. They told me that they were the same people who also started and largely lost control of. They are no longer involved with SantaCon, of course. They also started and lost control of Burning Man, and that was news to me, and that they were the real-life inspiration for Fight Club, as you guys mentioned. And then he offered to show me this, stash of home movies he had shot in the 90s. This all started in the 90s. And what I saw just took me back. And it wasn't so much that the Santas themselves were acting all that different. There were all these a little obnoxious, a little drunk, a little, behaving badly. It was everybody around them. Because as you sort of were talking about, the power of what SantaCon was when it started was that nobody had ever seen this before. If you had ever seen Santa Claus, you saw one Santa Claus. The idea of seeing mini Santas, or 50,000 of them, that was something that your brain couldn't comprehend. And so when you see something you've never seen before, I think the intent of this was to just shock you a little bit, to create this moment of awe and wonder and joy where you kind of stop and go, this is something I've never seen before. What else is possible out there that I've never seen before? But what happened, of course, was we saw it again and again and again, and that newness and that novelty and its ability to shock us goes away. And all that's left is kind of the most crass, basic instinct part of it, which was, hey, here's an excuse to get drunk.
Also exciting. And we're going to talk about when something has, remotely good intentions, when it turns. But before then, I want to talk about, because it take me back Talk to me about the Bay Area kind of creative circle here, because that same culture, as you've said, that birthed Burning Man and even inspired Fight Club. What was in the water creatively in the 90s that made these ideas explode? And also with that kind of triangle, that trifecta of these three, how do you see that? What's the connective tissue there that was working?
Yeah, well, it was literally the same group of people, the same small group of friends. It was a group called the Cacophony Society, which sort of cast themselves as these like post-data and narco prankster weirdos who would kind of have this like paper DIY zine newsletter where anybody could kind of submit an idea for just something weird and wacky to do. Hey, let's all dress like Santa and run around. Hey, let's all go to the desert and do a bunch of drugs. Hey, let's do XYZ million other things that never actually caught on, all of which were sort of baked in this idea of collaboration, weirdness, just kind of doing things for their own sake, not trying to monetize anything or anything like that. So it's literally the same people, but the world they emerged from, I think it's really, you mentioned the Bay Area at this time, that's what's so key. We're talking about the 1990s. This is sort of post-hippie counterculture Bay Area, but pre-tech boom Bay Area, right? So now, of course, the Bay Area is notorious for being very expensive. How can an artist possibly live there these days? Back then, that wasn't the case. You had all of these empty spaces. It was cheap to live, and you still had this general creative energy in the air before, the tech bros pushed it all out. And that's what gave rise to that, I think.
Wow.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
No. I think this interesting piece is just the synergy of. Go on, Jim. But I'm putting all those pieces together from the Bay Area to that exact creative circle is what's fascinating me. But anyway, go on, Jim.
Yeah, and that whole thing too. The idea that after Burning Man, after the SantaCon, after a lot of this stuff. I mean, ultimately the people at the center of this, and I'd love to give, if you want to give a bit of a bio of some of these folks. They do understand that when you're a Dadaist or a syndicalist or an action junkie, or an action secretary like Guido Keller from the Dadaist, at some point you realize that this is all ephemeral. Do they design these things knowing that at some point the exit ramp will set in, either it takes off and becomes something crass and commercial, or that it simply just withers away and becomes something else? Do the people who create this understand that ultimately this withers and becomes something else?
Absolutely. And they create these things with the ephemeral nature in mind. These things weren't designed to recur. The fact that they recurred was a bug and not a feature. They did SantaCon because it seemed like a fun idea. And then next year, their friends are like, hey, we had fun last year. Let's do it again. And then the next year, their friends in another city are like, hey, that seemed like fun. Maybe we'll do it in this city too. And then it just sort of spreads and spreads and spreads and takes on a life of its own. And SantaCon was never the reason it spread like it did. And the reason the original creators lost control of it was they never really had control of it. It was never a piece of IP. It was never a brand. It was never a business. It was an idea. And as the 90s as we got deeper into the 90s, the internet sort of matured into this amazing platform for spreading ideas. And SantaCon is an idea spread, and because nobody owned it, anybody could do it. And they never wanted to own it. And so sort of one of the main characters in our film is a guy named John Law, who was the original organizer, one of the original organizers of SantaCon, and one of the three co-founders of Burning Man. And he stopped going to Burning Man in the 90s as it became a business because he thought it should be something that anybody can do and have access to. He didn't want it to be a business. He thought if people are going to keep doing this, they can keep doing this, but it doesn't need to be this like big concert festival with $1,000 tickets. So these things were created with the ephemeral nature in mind. And I think one of the most amazing things about spending time with these people is, and the big kind of takeaway I got from them was like, okay, how do you respond when the world takes your ideas and runs with them and mutates them and changes them into something you never planned for or never imagined? And I think the easy response is to get angry and bitter and, hey, the kids today don't know what it's like, that kind of stuff. But that's not what these guys are like. And I think the real arc of the story in many ways is them sort of coming to terms with the fact that they're no longer in control of this, but that's okay. You know what? What are we going to do? We're going to go do something else that's cool. You can't just live in the past and say, this one thing I did 30 years ago isn't what I want it to be. What do? You go make something else that's just as cool.
Okay, here's what's interesting. So especially, I'm a songwriter in Nashville, Seth. And so we talk a lot a bit here about how we're supposed to, first of all, we're supposed to create art. We're not supposed to really worry how it's interpreted. That sort of gets in the way. It's like I let everybody put their spin on my creative piece, whether that's a song or a piece of art or like a film that you've made. It's like I put it out. I put as much love and creativity as I can into it. And then what people do with it, they do with it, right? We can't really control that. That being said, and that here's the real quip about it is that you're like, I want people to know my art. I don't necessarily say how I want people to feel. I just know that I want them to know it. So I'm so curious to you when you're creating, especially this film. I'm sure you had to be very careful with the output so that it didn't make the situation worse, so to speak. How is that with that lens? How has that changed how you interpreted the SantaCon story, especially when the shift goes from art to anarchy? How was that important to you to get this right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm constantly thinking about these things when I make movies. I make movies for myself. I also make the movies I want to see, and you just kind of hope that the movie I want to see is the movie that other people want to see as well. Like my first movie, Class Action Park, that was a movie I made with like 4 or 5 friends without any financing or studio backing or anything, and ended up on HBO Max, ended up being seen by a lot of people, and some people seem to like it. And that to me was a hugely shocking experience because I sort of expected to make something that would bring me some joy. And then when other people find it, you go like, you feel this gratitude, not just that you're able to hopefully bring joy to other people, but also this gratitude, maybe you feel like a little bit less alone as an artist when you kind of realize that the tastes that you have and the things that you like are also shared by other people in a way maybe you didn't expect. And, I think one of the great things about art is the ability for us to find commonalities with people we never would have across space and time. If you can see a movie or hear a song that was written or produced 30 or 40 years ago, and it speaks to you, that I think kind of speaks to the universality of the human condition, that even as time goes on, we all are seeking the same things and feel the same things. I think there's something very beautiful and amazing about that. And so when you look at what the Cacophony Society folks who started SantaCon did, SantaCon to me was this beautiful lens of entropy, of this thing that began as one thing, devolving into something else. And we have this incredible footage to bring that story to life. But this isn't the only time that happened to those guys. They had this history of making these things that were either ephemeral by design or ephemeral because nobody was interested in them. But every once in a while, they would create something that for some reason or another, just randomness in many ways, spoke to people, and those people ran with it and often changed it.
Oop, can't hear you, Jim. Oop, sorry, hang on.
Sorry about that. One of the things that you actually were saying is about artistic anarchy. Lindsay mentioned that. And, of course, a lot of people don't realize when you say artistic anarchy, that's actually an oxymoron. Because the idea of artistry, you're actually holding things together. It's artistic with the illusion of anarchy kind of added as sort of a last-minute kind of device there. You've created a movie based on a lot of home movies and a lot of found footage, as it were. Not found, but withheld footage. So you're creating a collage in many ways, and a lot of it involves people wearing Santa outfits. And so I'm kind of curious, in the assemblage of this collage, it must have been I'm guessing the most difficult thing to some degree must have been picking those moments that you wanted to kind of highlight and assemble this film in a way that gives a sense of movement where the palette doesn't change, but the behavior of the people's change. Can you talk a little bit about how you build a movie like this when you have this large cache of footage that you desperately need to use, but at the same time might be very hard to kind of walk your way through?
Sure. I use a lot of archival footage in most of my movies. Class Action Park also features a lot of archival footage. That's a movie about a water park that's sort of notorious for being both the most exciting place in the world, but also the deadliest. And you see the footage of these old water slides that make no physical sense. Like, why does that water slide go in a loop? It probably shouldn't do that. And that movie was sort of a game of us matching the stories people were telling us with footage that could bring it to life. But the footage wasn't actually showing the anecdote or the scene or the story literally that they were talking about. They tell us a story about a water slide, we see the water slide, but you don't actually see their story play out. This footage was so unique and so special to me because you saw these actual scenes play out with our characters. They would interact with a police officer, and the entire interaction was caught on tape. They would do some crazy prank, like climb the Brooklyn Bridge as Santa under the shadow of the World Trade Center in 98, one of the most shocking things I've ever seen, and it's all caught on tape. And this footage, because what these guys were doing was basically filming the entirety of these full weekends. Back then, it was a full weekend in these different cities, SantaCon was. It plays out chronologically and with its own innate arc to it. And over the course of the 4 years the film covers, from 95 to 98, you see SantaCon change, you see the people around them change, and you see the people involved with it change in a way that didn't require any manipulation on our part or funny editing, anything like that. It just happened. And so for us, it was a lot of footage, yes, but it was also a surprisingly straightforward edit process because the story happens in order. We see it happen in order. And from there, it's all right, how much can we chop away at the mountain of footage so that the story that is there, that exists, still comes through and comes through clearly to people watching it.
We're talking with Seth Porges. You can head over if you want to see this, and I believe you should head over to santacondoc.com to find out more. This is fascinating. It'll blow your mind. It'll actually take you down rabbit holes if you're like me in your brain of like how there's so many metaphors happening here. There's so many deeper conversations, and I'm sure it kept you up at night and still does, Seth. But I'm curious in your opinion. The SantaCon story feels like sort of the evolution of humanity. And fast forward, we have noble intentions, commercialization, absurdity, and I'm just curious to you if you think. Is there anything today, because it also feels like the story of the internet, by the way, start with idealism and we end with chaos. So is there anything today that you think could stay pure in this viral age?
Well, I think so. The message that I got from these folks who saw their creation turn into chaos is that things don't have to stay pure. The anecdote is to create new things. You can't expect the old things to always be good. What you can do is either create things or inspire a new generation of people to create things rather than being bitter about how the things you once loved shifted. And to me, this movie largely felt like something, what I saw in the creators and their story was it felt to me like a story about accepting and living in a world that has changed under your feet, a world that you no longer understand, a world that you can't control anymore, even if you sort of are responsible for creating that new world in the first place. And to me, that felt like this very relatable 2025 idea that kind of feels like, in many ways, the story of our times for so many people for so many reasons. And what do they say? Can you just be the person who's just angry and bitter and saying, hey, kids, get off my lawn, you're not doing it like we used to do? Or do you say, you know what, you're having fun, that's cool, now go do something else that's actually radical? And I think that, to me, is the true meaning of Christmas, so to speak, of the film.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, and Jim, also, just want to point out that the cover of the doc, as well as if you go over to the website, if you head over to santacondoc.com, what's so funny about it to me is that you think what you're looking at is something, it's people dressed as Santa and they're on the beach. That's beautiful. Like, it's such the oxymoron behind something that's so beautiful turned so pukey, both literally and metaphorically, is fascinating, the juxtaposition, Jim, at the two. And you get it just by seeing the poster.
Well, I just keep thinking about the beginning of the French Connection. I don't know if either one of you guys have seen it. The Gene Hackman Best Picture.
Yeah.
It opens up with that. After the scene in France, the next thing we are in literally Brooklyn, and Gene Hackman dressed as Santa Claus is tracing a drug dealer and then beats him senseless in a parking lot. So the whole opening scene, Lindsay, is this SantaCon. I mean, I just kept thinking about that as I was kind of digging through all this stuff. The other thing that's so cool about all of this, it's a great reminder that the creation of something like this is a simple act of courage. And I use the word simple and not easy for a very reason. This is one of those things where they just thought it up and then they did it. And like I said, I don't mean the logistics of it or figuring out all the particular details, but that the artistic urge comes from an impulse of courage. And I think that's why what you just talked about, the idea of something new, is simply just kind of locking that courage in and being like, well, this is done, what's next? My co-host loves to talk about what's next. And that really is the way out of bitterness, isn't it? Is to have a sense of, okay, we've exhausted this, where do we go now? It's the next adventure that really kind of propels all of this stuff. Because it really is their story, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and the alternative is anger, and I think anger is just it brings out the worst of us, whereas creativity brings out the best of us. And I kind of think they're somewhat mutually exclusive. If you're feeling creative and you're having fun, I think this is honestly a story about how important fun is like an end unto itself and what it means to live a good life. And if you have a life that's filled with fun with people who mean a lot to you, congratulations, you've had a good life. If you're having fun and you're feeling creative and you're feeling collaborative, I don't think there's room to be hateful or bitter or all these other things that drag us down, right? And I think that, creativity and collaboration, they're noble because of the things they result in, but they're also just noble ends unto themselves. These people didn't create SantaCon because it would be a business or that it would last. They created it for that moment of doing it, and then they were going to move on and do something else. And that is something I think that we sort of have forgotten, I think. I think nowadays everything kind of has to feel like a hustle or business or monetizing somewhere, whatever it is. And one of the responses I've heard from people who see the movie is that feeling of like, oh man, I just want to go do something fun. And it doesn't need any other reason. I think there's something really beautiful about that.
Did you have fun making this, Seth? Or were you like, crap, I have to hide in my house now because humanity sucks? Or did you balance the two?
I had so much fun making this movie. When you take on a film project, you're basically signing away several years of your life to living in this specific world. And you have to be really cognizant to the filmmaker about what that's going to do to you to be swimming in that story, the emotions of that story, the characters in that story. And, if you're a documentary filmmaker and you're doing a movie about a dark topic, something involving death or cults or murder, whatever it is, that really takes a toll on you because that's all you're thinking about all day long. For me, working on this movie, first of all, hanging out with honestly really, really cool people who I felt deeply inspired by, the emotions I was swimming in were ones of creativity and fun, and that made it really easy to wake up in the morning and made it something I really wanted to share with the world, honestly.
That's cool. At least you balanced it out. It might be a somewhat crappy topic, but you got to do it with cool people. So you put your cool factor into it. So thank you for that.
For sure.
Jim, can't hear you, brother.
I keep on silent so I can
Wrong
actually
button.
listen. But here's the thing. I actually took a note. I said, please ask Seth about the importance of fun that plays throughout this whole thing. And you ended up answering that because that really seems to be a sense of, and this is something that goes back to San Francisco. I mean, this really is not surprising that the same place that produced the Merry Pranksters and the Dead and a lot of that counterculture and the Beats, there seems to be some sort of energy over there that continues, not anymore, but that continues to produce, Zoetrope Studios and the films of Philip Kaufman. Is there another place maybe? Is there another locale these days where maybe the action is? We all move a little further out of the west of the mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think I hope that people are able to, the decentralization of creativity that's occurred from things like the internet, I hope means that you can do that anywhere. I think you look at historically why San Francisco became this hub of creativity and this counterculture hub. My last movie, the one on Netflix, took place in Seattle, and an FBI agent in the film referred to Seattle as the last stop on the railroad before you fall into the Pacific Ocean. It's where people who are getting away from something are going and going and going until there's nowhere else to go because, oops, there's the Pacific Ocean. I think San Francisco was sort of the same thing. It was a magnet. It's sure there are a lot of creative people who are from there, as there are from anywhere, but it sucked a lot of creativity from other places and brought it to it because that's where people who maybe were too weird for other places or just were kind of brought in by the lore, whatever they were seeing in the media. There's that song from the Animals, like "Come to San Francisco," right? It was like the siren call for people of a certain generation. And I think these days, I mean, maybe certainly there's a lot of creative people in San Francisco and in the Bay Area in general, but I think there's creative people everywhere. And I think things like the internet make it easier to find your tribe without physically getting on a train or a plane and going to a different city. It used to be if you wanted to find weirdos, you'd show up in the Heights and maybe you'd find them. Neighbor in San Francisco, of course. Today, I think you just log online and find your weirdos that way.
Find your weirdos. Well, you're a wonderful weirdo, and we're glad we have found you. We're talking with Seth Porges.
Yeah.
Head over to santacondoc.com. Okay, since we're talking about creating, releasing, and then moving on, what is next
for you, Seth? What is either, well, two things. What are you working on now, and or what do you want to be working on soon?
Yeah, I mean, my next film is a fun and weird one. It's unfortunately one I'm not yet allowed to talk about, so I think you guys knew that was coming. But,
but you'll come back. You'll
book.
come back, right?
Yeah. I'll definitely come back. This has been a really fun conversation, guys. This is one of my favorite interviews I've ever done about this movie. So thank you, guys.
Yay!
This is great. But folks can check out my book, Our Polyvagal World: How Safety and Trauma Change Us. It's a book I wrote with my father, who's a neuroscientist, about the human nervous system and how feeling safe and feeling unsafe and feeling traumatized transforms how our bodies operate.
So great. Head over to santacondoc.com, and also all of Seth's work. Is there a place to find the rest of your work? You, Seth?
Where do we find you?
At Seth Porges on the platforms. I'm not super hyper active on social media, but SethPorges.com. That's SethPorges.com. I'm easy to find.
You're easy to find. I found you as well. And actually, I would love to have you on sometime because the topic of your book, especially knowing that it was written with your father and what your father does for a living, I would be fascinated. I have a show called We Should Write about the healing power of writing. I would love to have you on that show to dive into more of that.
So much to say about that. Let's do it. That sounds like fun.
Done. I like to ask people on the air so they can't say no. Head on over to santacondoc.com to find out more. Also, check out Class Action Park. That's over on HBO Max.
It's great, by the way. That's great.
So good. And How to Rob a Bank on Netflix. Also great. Seth Porges, happy holidays to you, friend. Hope no drunk Santa pukes on you. That is my hope for you this holiday season, friend.
Ho, 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 and Merry Christmas.
You too, friend.
Ho, 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 now I have a machine gun.
Ho, 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 and a bottle of rum.
Yeah. Our good friend Seth has managed to join us this morning. We're thrilled to have him. We're thrilled to have all of our guests. Big shout out to Susan Patton and Elizabeth Barna. Big shout out to Kevin Lindsay, of course, and the good Reverend for giving us that word of affirmation. Most importantly, big shout out to Phone Master Dre from Lindsay and I for keeping the ones and the twos kind of on the action and moving on down the road. Don't forget our friends from Trucking with OIDA are going to be joining us just in short order here on Road Gang Radio. I am in the heart of Washington, D.C., Lindsay. Here I am. And you will be joining us very, very soon. When do you leave tomorrow? You do We Should Write tomorrow there in Franklin.
Live, yes, live in Franklin from the Acrisure Studios. I will do We Should Write. My guest tomorrow is Tara Lynn Pfister, who is an incredible artist. She's going to sing multiple songs live for us tomorrow on the air on We Should Write, and we're going to dive it. She lost her mother a couple years and has written had some healing moments writing through that. She also writes and talks about how to make it in the music industry, and not even to make it, how to stay afloat and not lose your sanity as an independent artist, as a female independent artist in the music business, because she has a huge following, but she's an open book, and it's going to be fun to have her here in studio with me tomorrow on We Should Write. That will be live tomorrow, and then I will race off to the airport to meet you tomorrow night. So tune in. We will be back tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow morning, Jim?
Oh, I have a full morning of show, as it were, as I always do. But I'm going to be heading over. I've actually got to get a whole bunch of details because I'm waiting for Brad Bentley and Chef Marty to give me a call, who I'll be talking with tomorrow as well, who you'll be talking with tomorrow. By the way, you come in anytime you want to, because I'm going to be broadcasting live from the ATA headquarters, Lindsay. I'm going to be broadcasting live from that. Matter of fact, if it had not been for We Should Write and everything else that's going on in the crazy, hectic world, you would be there with me. You are, like I said, hoping you will jump in early as soon as you get Freya off and kind of moving for school. We got a full lineup coming. We're crossing the T's and dotting the I's, but I can promise you that our good friend Brian Wiebold of Fastport's going to be joining me. Our good friend Brad Bentley is going to be joining me. Chef Marty is going to be lurking around. A lot of our friends, as a matter of fact, a lot of the people you look forward to seeing are going to be kind of talking with us over on the
Trucking with OIDA. You guys have a great day. Get home safe. Stay tuned for Trucking with OIDA. Dre, get us out of here, brother.
I am having a little difficulty with my screen over here, so I am having to fly by the seat of my pants and figure this out real quick, guys. So I'm flying blind over here.
And Road Gang Radio continues. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Can you hear me, Lindsay?
Nope. Yeah, now we can.
Yeah, no, I am fine,
there
but I
I
see
am.
my
I
pants. I
wasn't
have
there.
no screen
I
here.
wasn't muted that time. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, let's just
Get us out of
what's
here.
going
Get
on?
us out of here.
I
Get us
wish
out
I
of here.
could. I have no
Oh.
screen at this moment, guys. I'm having a malfunction over here, so I'm
Oh.
just trying to fly by
Oh.
the seat of my pants and not see anything. Not sure what's going on. So hold on tight. I am trying to do some stuff behind the scenes. If y'all can by any chance talk about what else is going on, or just do something for me.
I can talk about this
plenty I
rash.
can talk about.
There we
I
go.
gotta talk about
Appreciate
this
y'all.
rash I have. I've got this rash. Do you want to talk about my? I don't really have a rash. I'm just.
Do you have a rash, really?
I don't have
Do you
a rash.
Do you have a rash, really?
I don't have a
can
rash, but
talk
I have
for-
new tennis shoes. Look at these. Look what my husband
They
got
look-
me for my birthday.
They
These
look
gold
really awesome.
Adidas. Isn't that cool?
Gold Adidas.
Cool. I'm gonna be wearing these gold Adidas to the airport tomorrow with my brand new my new airport travel uniform that I'm very excited to whip out tomorrow, Jim. So there's that.
Let me
anyone
ask you a question
cares,
about.
which no one does.
No, I mean, I mean, let me just ask you a question though. Do you have a specific travel outfit?
I have
I
several,
mean, that's-
but these days, but I fluctuate. And these days, my current winter fit is matching sweatsuits. That's what I'm really into, like the one I'm wearing right now. This leopard one, it has matching pants, and I got my gold Adidas kicks on. I'm really into matching sweatsuits. And the one I'm wearing tomorrow to the airport, it's black on black, but it's got zippers, all like little tiny hidden pockets all over the sweatshirt and the pants, Jim. So it's like place for my passport, place for my ID, place for my ear pods, place for my phone, like all the things. That's my specific currently travel airport wear fit, because it's got little hidden pockets everywhere, and I'm into that, so I can take less baggage. Because, by the way, when I land, when I get home, I can't check any bags because I have to race when I get back to Nashville to an event that night. So I'm trying to travel as lightly as possible, which is tough when you're going to be outside in D.C. broadcasting and going to a gala and going to a Navy game and going to be at the ATA. It's hard to pack lightly when there's so many different kinds of events.
Yeah, by the way, I wanted to say two things about what you just said. I have a Saints coat that I wear when I travel in the winter. As much as I don't like the cold weather anymore as I get older, what I do like is the fact that I have this wonderful Saints jacket that has so many great pockets, Lindsay. I mean, pockets galore. It's a Tommy Hilfiger Saints black winter coat. And it's got so many groovy pockets that it literally allows me to go to the airport, take off my coat, put it there. I'm not wrestling with finding wallets, finding keys. It's in my jacket. It comes off plunk. I have got that down to a science. All right, so you asked who's going to be up tomorrow. I did tell you Marty and Stormy are going to be our first guest up tomorrow on the show. I am really excited about having those. By the way, Maniac Marty, the chef. Bob Book, by the way, and this is really crucial. Bob Book, who is the vice president of marketing at Road Dog Care Company, is going to be our interview after that. I'm excited about Bob because those are the folks that made it possible for us to make the trip here. Road Dog Care Company are the folks that actually made it possible for us to broadcast at the ATA tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And Bob, by the way, along with being, a pretty good spokesperson for his company, more importantly, is a terrific spokesperson for what whiskeys you should try, number one. And number two, he is a movie buff, and I don't say this often, on the level that I am. That's the level he is, by the way. After that, Pastor Lee Otto is going to be joining us. He's an Army veteran and a regional ambassador for Sierra Delta, and that is a groovy thing as well. So we got a full guest lineup tomorrow. And like I said, you jump in where you feel like it. Start from the beginning of the morning. Come in when Freya is all finished up. Would love to have your company. A lot of groovy people going to be headed our way. It is going to be a terrific week starting tomorrow.
Hey there, guys.
Hey.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I got Nick DeMeo doing a little behind-the-scenes work, so whenever y'all ready, I think he's going to press play for us and get this commercial and this OWIDA going.
Well, all right,
Take
guys.
it
Have
away.
the best day. Be safe.
Thank you very much. Phone Master. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, Lindsay.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
How you doing, Scott?
I'm doing great, Ashley. Trying to warm up.
Well,
winter has arrived here in Kansas City.
It has arrived here in Kansas City.
Yeah.
It is
Goodbye, fall.
Chilly. Goodbye, fall. We don't even have a fall.
I always joke we have like 3 days of fall, and it's like, oh, this is beautiful. And then summer returns for about a week.
Yeah,
and then we have
like
3 days of fall, and then winter arrives for a week, and then 2 days of fall, and then we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
very
that's where we are
accurate.
right now. We're in the done phase.
Well, yes. And we're cold, and we are heading to the cold in our next interview.
Yay. There you go. I like that.
We recently spoke with Jamie Benson of the Alaska Trucking Association, and in talking with her, she had so much great knowledge to share, but we
Great
wanted to talk
conversation.
to a truck driver, and she did not disappoint with her suggestion.
No, she did not.
She told us to reach out to Tiff Hargraves, and we did just that, and had a great conversation
The
with
Dalton
her.
Darlin.
The Dalton Darlin.
Which I love. And we'll talk to her
Yes.
about that.
Yeah.
And her
so
nickname.
She's on YouTube, and yeah, we're going to get to that right now. Tiff Hargraves, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
I am doing quite well, thank you.
Well, we are very excited to talk to you. We spoke with Jamie Benson a couple of weeks ago with the Alaskan Trucking Association, and she recommended that we talk to you. I'm just curious, starting out, can you give us a little bit of background into your trucking career?
Sure. Yeah. So I got my license in 2010. And I started trucking locally, but I ended up staying home and being a mom for about 8 years. And being a mom, I tell you, that's the most fulfilling job, that you can absolutely have, being a parent. And so I really enjoyed doing that until about 2018 when I started working local again. And I went from there to getting into bigger trucks, driving, went from a 13 speed to an 18 speed and then traveling distance. And now I'm over the road, line haul, driving to Prudhoe Bay, Alaska.
And you've always been in Alaska. You are from Alaska, right?
Yes, I am born and raised here in Alaska. I know nothing else, actually.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, we were
Yeah.
talking to Jamie about that, Ashley, if you remember. She was talking I think she said something like every Alaskan
Leaves, but they always come
wants
back.
to leave, but they
Yeah.
always come back. Yeah.
Oh, it's
For-
so true. It's so
Yeah.
true.
But you've
For
never
you,
left,
it's-
though?
Yeah.
I have not. No. Nope. I've just always been here. I've changed industries. I used to be a commercial fisherman and, because I did mostly in my youth, I grew up on an island. So down in Southeast Alaska, I grew up in Ketchikan and used to commercial fish out there on those boats. And I loved that. I just, I don't know. I found my way up to the interior of Alaska, where we have more road than we do water, apparently, obviously. And it was a fitting career for me. So I think, Alaska is so big. I mean, you go from the interior and then you look at like Prudhoe Bay, for example, Arctic tundra, completely open, vast area. So different, Southeast Alaska. The trees are so big, you can't even hug them. Ocean everywhere, water everywhere, just thick, beauty. It's lush. And so in a way, I kind of have left, but I never actually left the state. I just left the atmosphere I was in certain areas of the state. Because you can do that all over Alaska. You can switch from one location in the state to another location, and it's completely different.
I love that.
So
That's
in
great.
some ways, I guess I did leave, but I always come back.
Before we get into all the trucking questions we have, and we have so many, commercial fishing, that's an interesting, I know that's a big industry obviously up there as well, but did you enjoy that? Like, what exactly were you doing? Were you going out for days at a time, or what did that look like?
Yeah. So commercial fishing, when I was younger, Southeast Alaska, I power trolled. I did some line haul. There's multiple different industries within the fishing industry. So you've got salmon, you've got halibut, you've got I went shrimping, and they're per season and opening. So you would jump from boat to boat to boat to boat, and it's kind of, you know, per the season where you are in that season, whether it's winter kings or, you know, halibut long lining, it's only a certain point of the year. And so you're out on that boat for however long it takes to get your catch, you know, or until they close it down. So it's different than trucking for sure. And the seasons are constantly changing and altering. So
You're not by yourself though, right? There are other people there with you.
correct. Yes.
Right,
You're
okay.
part of a crew. You're part of a team
Yeah.
out there. Yep. Yep. You're all leaning on each other to do your job.
Yeah.
When you were growing up, was, you know, fishing and trucking, was that like on the dream list, or like what did you want to do when you were growing up?
You know, it's kind of funny because I spent a mass majority of my time actually growing up on an island, 32 miles of road. So I can't say that trucking was necessarily on my, you know, goal list. But I did spend a lot of my youth, my beginning part of my employment, I should say, after commercial fishing during the off seasons, I would work in an auto shop. And I'd work on gas motor cars, you know, not the big diesel engines that I drive now, but it kind of brought me into the world of mechanics and the idea of trucking. I guess in a way, it's possible that I might have had a natural inclination to it because I got my license the day I turned 16. And I got my permit as soon as I was 14. So I was ambitious to get out there and get, you know, well, moving.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say necessarily that I woke up every day and said, I want to be a truck driver. It fell into place. It was where I was supposed to be. It's where I'm supposed to be now.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a day when the switch was made, obviously, because you were doing one thing and then you know, kind of, it sounds like we're introduced maybe to the world of trucking through what you were doing there. At some point, do you remember there being, you know, a light bulb in your brain or something that said, hey, this is something to kind of check out? Or how did that all play out?
So I was in Southeast Alaska, and I was in my off season of commercial fishing, and I was working at a radio station. I was an on-air DJ or disc jockey in the off seasons.
For the kids out there, radio is a thing that they've got in vehicles. It goes everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. This is before Bluetooth, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But so I was on-air talent, let's say. And I can't remember exactly where I had been informed of this information, but there was an opportunity to get your CDL. And I was kind of intrigued by the idea. And so I applied for it, and they jumped all over it. You know, here's me shown that I enjoy this type of male-dominated industry, and I've found success in doing certain things. And I had a little bit of an edge because I am a woman, and it just kind of lined up, and I was able to do this training. And so I flew up to the interior, Fairbanks, and I took that class back in 2010, a fast start program. And I got through it, and I kind of found my way into trucking that way. And so here I am, going from commercial fishing and the off season of commercial fishing to trying to find my way into a trade that allows me to be home more. Was the initial thought.
Sure, yeah.
And now here I am, a line driver, but
Right.
it's just progressed to this point, and I'm happy I am where I am. I really am grateful. I'm glad to be able to do what I do, and it's worked out for the better. Truly.
That's great. Yeah. You talk about, it almost sounds like, you said something earlier about how it kind of fell into place and it felt right. And it sounds like you are in a place now where you're doing what you love. It sounds like you love what you do. Yeah.
I do love what I do. Yeah. I think honestly, it might be different maybe if I was somewhere else, but I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Yeah.
What I do now is very enjoyable. And I think, if I could explain it. So I've had quite a few friends who've come up from the lower 48, and they talk about these, 5 lanes of traffic and, these downtown large cities, and that would freak me out. There's so many people there, so many variables, and how do you trust that person? And so props to everyone who drives in that kind of area. Like I couldn't imagine. Give me a hill with ice at 14% grade. I can throw chains all day. No big deal. That's not a big deal to me. But that driving 5 lanes of traffic and dealing with people, road rage and all that would scare me. So I think it works where I'm at.
You don't have to worry too much about road rage. It's more like moose rage or what? You've got so many different challenges. What are those challenges that you deal with? What does a typical day look like for you, I guess, too, is maybe a broader question.
Well, you won't find road rage up here for sure. Let me just address that right now. I mean, yes, there are times when somebody will get on the radio. We have a lot of communication up there. At least where I truck. You have to. And so there are times I'm sure like, hey, you passed me too fast, or, saying something to somebody else about, this person spun out on the hill, be careful, throw set, things like that are constantly happening. But that road rage, it's not going to be anything like probably where other people drive, because I drive next to this person every trip. I see that person every trip. Sometimes I run with that person. Like, we are a community. There's only so many vehicles that go up there. We know each other mostly by name and especially by vehicle, but you can't really escape. So if somebody was like had some road rage issues or something, it would be addressed, I think, by other people, because they would just know. We would know, and word would get around. So
it's a small community.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, for such a large and lengthy road and highway, it's still very tight knit, and the people involved with it they're just such good people. And because of that, that camaraderie that we have, we really are constantly working to better ourselves and our other drivers. So a perfect example, you asked about like what my average day is. I wake up in the morning, I go and I get loaded and I head north. It takes me, this time of year, it's been taking me about 13 and a half hours to get from Fairbanks driving to Prudhoe Bay. Now, keep in mind, for anybody listening, Alaska has different regulations than lower 48. So we have 15 hours of drive time, 20 hours of work time, and we can drive out that time. So it takes me about 13 and a half hours to get from Fairbanks to Prudhoe. And I take 10 hours off for my reset, or sometimes I'll do a split where I spend 8 hours off and 2 hours off up there in Prudhoe, and I get my hours back to drive home. But if anything were to happen, this is kind of the part I want to emphasize and where I was going with this story, that if this camaraderie, this community that we have, I know that when I hope my dogs are
It's
barking.
okay.
We like
Yeah, we love
like
dogs, so.
we like
Do
canine
you?
co-stars.
Yes.
You're good. What's your
Cody.
dog's name?
She's a Great Dane. Her name is Dixie.
Dixie. All right.
Yes.
Shout out to
just let me
Dixie.
know. So as I was saying, the camaraderie is that, if something were to happen to me, whether like a couple weeks ago, I blew a coolant line. I went to the back of my DEF tank. I lost all my coolant, all of it. Fortunately, we have hazmat kits on the truck, able to catch all of it, but
you have, just to be clear, you've got nothing. It's not like there's a Love's travel stop a mile down the road. When something like that happens, you're out there, right?
Fun facts. Being from Alaska, I didn't know what Love's was.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you. I just thought about that.
Up until recently, I didn't even know there was such a thing. No, we don't have but one stop halfway through, and that's a small cafe called Coldfoot. Occasionally, you can get your tires swapped out if you need to, but no, you bring your own tools, you bring your own parts, and you fix it on the road, because the tow bill is not something you want.
Yeah, I can imagine. Have you found yourself in that situation before where you've had to get towed? Is that even a possibility in some places? I mean, I guess it is, but you'd be out there for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on the situation and scenario for sure. But in this specific instance I was telling you about, I had blown a line off the back of my DEF tank, and I was obviously stranded. There's nowhere I could go. I had a southbounder coming. He saw me. He pulled over, threw his hazards on. He pulled right in front of me. He said, "What's going on, Tiff?" I told him about what I found. He just so happened to have a line in his truck. And we had probably 4 or 5 drivers stop after that to donate coolant, because I needed quite a bit to fill that truck back up after we had fixed the line. So it's all about, the community that we have is so valuable. We have a saying out there: once you leave your yard, the name on your door doesn't matter. We're always going to help each other out. We're always going to make sure that we're safe, by whether that's communicating hazards on the road or helping out during a repair. If you have a part, you stop and you help someone. Anytime there's a truck with hazards on or a hood popped, every driver should be stopping, because this is not the place where you want somebody to be stranded, because at 40 below, if your truck's not running, that's a serious thing. Somebody could freeze, somebody could have issues. With health hazards and things like that, you're out in the middle of nowhere. You never know who's going to come up when the next person will be there. So you always stop and you always make sure that we have, what they need to either sustain themselves, or that they have someone who's coming to save them or bring them parts or because it is absolutely imperative that when you are out there, and these are not the type of elements where it's safe to just sit for a couple hours. It was 25 below last time I was up.
Have you gotten in a situation where you were like, this is bad? Like, I'm in a bad state right here. I'm getting a little bit worried. Have you been in situations like that? Or has there always been someone coming down the line and you're like, I know I've got the support I need?
Well, there's been a few blizzards that have really kind of the white knuckling kind.
Yeah.
You lose the front of your hood. You lose visibility on the front of your hood. But fortunately, one of the things that we really train each other in when they first get started out here, at least how I was trained, is knowing the road and the turns and twists, where the edge of the road is, delineators, things like that are really important during times when you can't see. Because, you could just be driving along and a blizzard will start, and then you get it through a blow that you can't even, like I said, see the hood of your truck. The emblem on the front is gone. But at least you know that you're on a straight stretch just before a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn that leads over to another straight stretch. So you doing 2 miles an hour, 1 mile an hour, delineator to delineator to delineator, you kind of have an edge in getting through it so you can get to the other side.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And we are talking about the Dalton Highway, right? Just to be
Correct.
To be clear, right?
Yes.
You must know it like the back of your hand. How many times do you think you've gone up and down that highway over the course of the past several years? That may be very hard to estimate. Hundreds, thousands, probably thousands, right?
Not that. It takes 2 days to do a full trip.
Yeah.
And just, generally I try to do about 2 trips a week. So I'm gone 4 days and I spend 3 days with my kids. So I would have to say that as much as I wish I knew the road, I wish I knew it better, because while I love what I do, my priority is still at home. But I would say, honestly, there's a couple hundred trips I've done. Because you can get at max 2 trips a week. You can get 100 trips a year. So, and I've done it for 5 years. I guess maybe almost 1,000.
Yeah.
My first year I did 3 a week, so I was really focused on getting up there and getting back. But there are men out there who have been driving since 1974, since the road opened.
I believe it.
I work with a guy, he has 4 million miles on that road. 4 million.
Yeah.
Amazing. So people like him would know the road like the back of their hand. And
sure.
The beautiful thing is, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you are having a tough time, and you do get a little bit nervous, and I'm telling you this from experience, I was headed south one time and I knew there was a really bad blizzard ahead of me over on the area we called Arctic Circle, the Beaver Slide up to Finger Mountain. These are all landmarks on this highway. But I knew I wanted to get back to the kids because the weather was going to be even worse the next day. So whether I stayed in Coldfoot or I kept going, I was kind of at a loss. Like, it might not be good for me to go alone because I'm so new out here. Well, I met another driver and he says to me, Tiff, are you wanting to head south? And I said, I really am wanting to head south. He's like, hey, me and my buddy, we're heading south right now. Just follow behind us. We'll throw our backup lights on. They guided me through that blizzard. And I can tell you, I was so grateful for them because I'm not sure I would have been able to do it by myself. I mean, sure. Yes, I could have, I suppose. But having them with me as a guide through that low visibility was really, really helpful.
Yeah.
And people like that are out there. They really are willing to help you when you are part of that community.
Wow. That must be so just like comforting to know that even though you're in this truck all by yourself, you know that, other people on the road are there for you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's kind of, it's really interesting because like that, what I said before, you never pass by a vehicle if it's got its hazards on or their hood is popped, right? Because while this truck over here who's passing south may have the right hose, maybe I have the right hose clamp, or, there's so many different parts of this, I don't know how you'd say it, but so many different pieces that fit together to get somebody going again. And I know that, like, when I lost that hose, that was not something I could have repaired. It was a specialty hose. Now, this driver had a hose and he had 2 gallons of coolant. I had 2 gallons of coolant. This driver had another 2 gallons, and this one had another 2 gallons. We all worked together to get me back on the road. And that is constantly happening like that. You always have people out there who are willing to help you, and they always try to help you to the best of their ability, as long as it doesn't hinder them, I'm sure. But getting going or going through this terrible weather, or even just telling me about what I'm about to see. Hey, Tiff, you should probably throw a set for the pass. Done. No big deal. I'll throw a set of chains any day because it's so much easier than, going up a hill and not knowing for sure if you're going to make it.
Well, and in that scenario too, if you all weren't helping each other, the industry would be in such a worse place because you'd have people getting stranded. I mean, nobody would want to do the job, I don't think, if nobody was helping each other out there. So, I mean, there's an element of survival, I suppose, in terms of professional survival that goes on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think even since I've been out there, it's changed a little bit because we've had a lot of people who have it just on their bucket list.
Mm.
And they come up without knowing these general rules. Like for us as a driver, we never pass another vehicle without dropping our speed to 30 miles an hour or less. Because you don't want to kick rock. This is a gravel road.
I was just going to say that. This is not a paved road.
Windshields are expensive.
Yeah.
So, kicking up rocks and hitting people and breaking windshields, it costs a driver, an owner-operator, or a company lots of money. And so we have a general rule. You slow down to 30 miles or less. And if you're kicking up dust or snow behind you, don't make that driver lose visibility. Slow it down even more. And those are kind of the things that people who don't drive the highway or know it, sometimes they won't abide by those rules, and it really does cause issues out there. And I think because of that, it's sad to say, but I think a little bit of that culture that I talk about and that I love so much, I think it's changing even to this day. It's kind of switching a little bit. It is. It is. It's still there.
Sure.
But it's not nearly as strong as it used to be.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Can we talk about the scenery a little bit? I know there's a lot of white. I mean, I know there's a lot of snow, and the scenery. I imagine at times can be a little boring, maybe. But I mean, you've got moose, and kind of run through like what you'll see on the side of a road, animals, landscape, whatever, maybe something that makes you kind of, gives you some sense of awe, maybe.
Okay. So leaving Fairbanks, we have, let's say we're driving north. Fairbanks North, you'll have these trees. They're not nearly as thick as like Southeast Alaska. You could hug them because our seasons are so short here for summer. So the trees really don't have a lot of time to grow large, but we have a lot of them. And so you've got all these trees in this lower area. And as you keep driving north, you will pass the Yukon River. And above the Yukon River, it'll start dwindling down a little bit. You'll have some of these black spruce trees, which in the summertime, they look so cool when they're covered in snow. It reminds me Dr. Seuss trees.
Oh,
they just
yeah.
kind of flop over. They're full, they're bushy. So you'll see that just before the Yukon River and then past it. And once you get past Coldfoot, before you climb up the Chandelar Shelf and Adigan Pass, the trees in the forest dwindle even more. And once you're up and over the pass, it's all open tundra. There's not a tree in sight. It's just open tundra for, 200 miles. And you drive through that up to Prudhoe Bay, and it's on a clear day. It is absolutely amazing to see how vast this area is. On not a clear day, let's say there's a little bit of breeze, all of that snow is up in your face as it goes by, so there it's absolutely, as far as scenery goes, it's one of the most beautiful places. Alaska in itself, I mean, whether you're up north in the Arctic or down in Southeast where I grew up, I mean, it is just so beautiful, and so many areas that are just untouched. They're just amazing. And we have, these sunsets and the reflection of the sun on the ice and the snow. It's really beautiful. Every trip, there are moments, and it's never in the same spot. Like, it's always somewhere new where I'll come across maybe Gobbler's Knob, a hill that we have there. I'll be coming down Gobbler's Knob and I'll just see all the vast area, and the sun is hitting it just right and it's sparkling. And I'll just be like, man, I work here. You know? And it's always someplace new. Every trip, it's someplace different, but I can tell you it happens often where you find yourself in a situation and you just go, man, what a blessing. How wonderful this is to be here in this moment right now.
Love that.
And yeah, and I would say all of those moments outweigh the moments of shoot that you get,
Yeah. What makes you appreciate it more.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. You appreciate it more, but there are both of those out there. And I think that's what makes those other moments stand out more, is because, like you said, you really do appreciate it, and you can live in that moment of like, oh,
A sigh of relief and now appreciation
Yes.
for where I'm at and what I'm seeing. Yeah, I love that.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
One of the things we were fascinated about when we talked to Jamie about was the dark season. Are you in the area
Ashley's
of Alaska?
fascinated
I
by
am
this,
fascinated
yeah.
by this. Are you in like the area that it does get dark for X amount of months?
Well, Fairbanks, we get, I think there's like 3 hours of sun in the winter at the worst part, Arctic Circle, above Arctic Circle. Yeah, it's dark all the time. Prudhoe Bay, dark all the time. Maybe, I don't know, I'd have to look it up. Maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes of sunlight a day. And it's like, it'll come over the horizon and be like, and then back down. Like it's never here, and where you feel that heat. That's why it's always so cold. But we do experience a lot of darkness.
Do you ever get used to that?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
actually. It allows us to see things actually a lot better, believe it or not. So in the darkness, I can see when a truck's coming up ahead. And so maybe I'm going down a blind corner, but I saw the lights over there and I'm going to take it easy around this corner because I'm going to be meeting somebody. Believe it or not, a lot of people actually prefer driving at night because it's a lot easier road to manage and maneuver.
That makes sense. Yeah, I get that.
And the nighttime driving also brings those colder temps too. Here's another fun fact about driving in Alaska. The best running is anywhere from 10 above to 10 or 20 below. That is the best trucking weather.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, you're not talking running. You're talking about trucking running.
Trucking running,
At first I thought I was like, hang on. I don't want to be running
What kind of
outside.
running are we talking?
Yeah. Why is that though? Why is colder better?
Because your tires grip a lot better, especially up these hills. It's not going to be as slick. The second the temperatures rise to, 25 degrees or higher,
You get
32.
that thawing and
Yep. So you have, we literally drive on a road made of ice. They put water on the road to smooth it out. It's all ice. It's all it is. And so the second you get any sort of heat or warmer weather, by warm, I'm talking 32 degrees. I know that that's not a
heat
lot.
wave.
That's not warm for other people, but for us Alaskans, it is. And so once you get to those warmer temps and the sun beats on it a little bit, slicks it right up because you get that water right on top. And so that does just absolutely terrible things for your traction.
That makes sense.
So, yeah. And that's why you'll hear a lot of these Alaskan drivers and they'll say, hey, 20 below, let's go trucking, because that's the best time. That's the best time.
Oh, wow.
You can hit every hill and never have to chain up as long as there's not a bunch of snow,
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Can we talk about your YouTube channel?
Sure.
And how did you kind of start that? And the Dalton Darlin is the kind of your nickname.
Yeah.
How did that come about? Yeah.
So, okay. This is actually, there's two answers here.
Sure. Yeah.
So the channel itself got started because I homeschool my kids. So on my days off, I'm homeschooling them and we're constantly trying to find different activities that teach. And my son was super interested in coding and video editing and YouTube. And he really wanted to start his own channel. And I told him that I didn't feel comfortable with it. There's too many predators out there and he was too young and I love him too much. So I told him, I said, you know what though? This could be interesting. I'll just get some video of me in a truck and you can share that stuff. You can edit the videos and we could throw it on a YouTube channel. Just, and I had it at a different name at one point in time. And that video that we had done was so grainy and it was so poor quality. And the audio was terrible. In fact, there was the first video that I had done, the audio cut out part way because of like a copyright thing. So like YouTube pulled the audio and then started the audio back. It was a learning curve, learning lesson. But a lot of people were really interested in it and didn't think much of it at the time. And as I started driving up on the Dalton, I realized that I really enjoy capturing a lot of these really interesting scenarios and situations and these views that I have, the amazing animals that I get to see that most people spend a lifetime trying to get to. And they're literally running in front of my truck and holding me up, So I might as well take a video of it and share that. And so I decided I was going to start it back up and do a little bit more with it. I was running with a friend and I told him, I said, I'm thinking about this. I think I'm going to do this. And so we were talking about, some ideas for videos and concepts and we were headed south. And I said, the name I have really doesn't work. We got to come up with something. I got to figure something out. And I was meeting another driver and he goes, hey, Darla, how's the road back here? I'm like, oh, it's good. It's, but it hit me. I was like, oh, Darlin, I like that.
Got some alliteration going too, it sounds good.
Put the two together.
Yeah.
Here we go, Dalton, Darlin. So it was kind of a fun little quirk that happened at the right moment for me to figure out the name for it. And ever since then, it's just been the title, and throwing these videos together. A lot of the shorts that I do are just because I went north and something happened, whether it's, fixing a tire on the side of the road, or, whatever the case may be, helping somebody with a repair, or, an animal, or coming over and just seeing this beautiful scenery. Capturing that on film and sharing it with the audience is really, really enjoyable. But then also these trip logs, I will go through and I'll have this moment where I'll say, okay, I'm going to record, this will be an episode. And I'll start recording, whether it's on my phone or a GoPro, the dash cam. I've got multiple recording devices. And I'll just start recording the trip. And sometimes nothing happens and it's just like a straight up and back. Those ones are kind of boring, I'm sure. So I don't always post those ones, but there are the occasion when I will leave and not get 100 miles out of town when I have to make a repair. Or somebody goes off the road in front of me, like the episode I've got working on here. There's just so many things that can happen. And you never know when. And I just want to emphasize too that, I made a point when I first started my channel that I was not going to create any issues. There have been some shows in the past, or some people recording things where they're not genuine. It's made for entertainment value.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So for me, I want to make sure that everything that I do is genuine. I'm not going to cause issues or circumstances, or, if I feel like a hill is not safe, I'm just going to throw a set of chains. I'm not going to try to go up it to, have something happen where I spin out. I mean, that's just no, my sanity is more important. So, and being in that kind of high stress situation is not healthy for me anyway. So I never create any drama per se.
You don't have to.
Just so happen to be there to capture it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to create drama. I mean, just what you're doing on an everyday basis, as you pointed out there, you have the potential for drama every time those wheels start moving.
Right. Yep. And you never know when it's going to happen. And so that's why, I'm constantly recording on my dash cam. I always have my phone or my GoPros available if I need to stop and push record and then get driving, capture something on film. I really do enjoy capturing all of these adventures that I have. And the name Dalton Darwin Alaskan Trucking Adventure, that works great.
It does work great, yeah.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
What's the one that's kind of gained the most traction or attention, or, something that people, one of your videos or an incident that people were like, had the most questions about, or something like that? What did, I guess, get the most?
So, well, the one video, the long form video that I had, we went through a blizzard and we helped, somebody helped tow someone out of the ditch, and I drove by and we jump started them, so that driver could get going. And it was just, low visibility, cold weather, wind, like lots of snow.
Just a typical
everywhere.
day. Yeah.
Yeah. Trucks kind of often where they shouldn't be. And so that was kind of, like I said, it just so happened I captured all of it. I think the best video that I had for my short form, so like a short, was probably one of my favorites, was when we showed that camaraderie of the haul road. And I pulled up behind a driver. He had his hazards on. And I started recording. I said, we got something going on here. Let's check out and make sure this guy's good to go. And I pulled out my big old case of, miscellaneous parts and pieces. And between the two vehicles, we were able to fit something together. And it wasn't exactly what he needed, but it made it work. Even though
You MacGyvered it.
It was absolutely MacGyvered, and you could see he shows the part, and it's this big, and generally the piece is just a little corner piece like that, but it was what we needed to get him on the road, and that was what it was all about. But that video got so much traction, and the most common comment was, "That is what trucking used to be. Bring that back. Find a way to bring that camaraderie." It was really. It was an eye-opening video for me, because that's all I know. I mean, driving in Alaska, that's what we experience all the time. I expect it, actually. And maybe I take it for granted. I don't know, but I just kind of assumed that was the way it was everywhere, but it's not. We don't have a Love's or a quick call auto shop that's going to show up with a service truck. We don't have that here. We have to make it work ourselves. And so when we have to make it work ourselves, we're constantly working together to make it happen for the person who needs it.
Yeah, it sounds like that is, how trucking used to be and how it should be, for sure. Not just there, but everywhere.
It was eye-opening for me because like I said, I didn't understand it was different.
Yeah.
I've only ever driven in the state of Alaska.
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
No, I was going to say, you're not moving to the lower 48 anytime soon.
Well, no, I like the cold weather, I guess.
Yes. All right. Well, we very much appreciate your time and all that you do. And it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Awesome. Yes. If you have any other questions or you want to do any follow-ups, just let me know. Be more than happy to answer any of these questions.
Love it.
Is there anything else we missed or anything you wanted to say?
Up here in Alaska, we have it's kind of a different breed of truck, if I understand correctly. We have a lot of these heavy axles. They're capable of handling, these heavy weights because you are going through some of the roughest road possible. And you've got a strong motor because you're climbing a hill that, 14% grade on Adigan. I mean, Koyukuk is 11%. I mean, these hills are big and they're long and they're steep. You've got good tires. When a driver up here, for example, an owner operator maybe, goes out and buys a brand new truck, they go through and they put Arctic grade rubber on everything, all of their lines. And because once you hit 20 below, that's cold. Everything becomes brittle. So they do a lot of work changing grease and all of that to make sure that the equipment that they have manages that highway to the best of their ability. And so a lot of the problems that we have for people who maybe just want to come up and they might take one trip, while it might be a lot of fun and maybe it crosses off their bucket list, I have to warn everyone who might want to come up, be aware. not only do we have these different rules of this road where we try not to rock each other, we're constantly communicating that CB is important, but our trucks are built in such a way that we can handle what it is that we are, what we're driving. The other thing is the equipment that we have in our vehicle. Like I said, I have a parts truck under my bunk. I've got just about anything that I have come across in the past that I needed. I've grabbed it, thrown it in a container, coiled a hose, whatever. I've got a jack under there. You are ready for anything that you may have to repair out there, because you never know when you're going to need it. The other thing that I have to just really emphasize is that we don't wear these cable chains that I've seen. Don't talk to me about socks. That's the weirdest concept I've ever seen in my life. We have these 7 or 8 mil. I know a friend who throws 9 mil chains. They're triple rail trigs is what we use generally. They're heavier duty and they last a lot longer. There's a lot of vehicles that have been stranded out there because they run out of chain. Their chains get torn up. I made a video where I showed people how to throw chains, but also talked about like the importance of speed. Like, you don't want to go too fast. If you're not sure how to run the road, be careful coming up and take caution. Learn everything you can, or fall behind someone and see if they'll take you up. I just want to emphasize that if you were offered a move by one of these companies down, like we have a driver, he got offered offered a load down in New Jersey. I think they gave him 14 for it, but after making it all the way up, he had nothing but issues. Multiple chain sets. He ended up totaling out his truck and the trailer coming down a hill. Like, we have, just be careful and think twice before taking that load to come up here. Because it's really not something it's not like any other highway.
Well, and that's the training you probably got too, right? I would imagine the training up there is a lot more stringent and strict, just because you do deal with so many variables that most other people do not. You can't just get your CDL one day and then just hop in the cab and you're good to go, right?
Correct. Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, most companies they require 10 to 15 trips in the summer and 10 to 15 trips in the winter. And you're right. There's so many different things that we do out there. Like I mentioned, slowing down to 30 miles an hour or less. This driver that I was referring to, he went north. It took him like 3 days, which it takes me 1. It shows you how his struggles really put him behind. But he was headed south, and he didn't understand that the communication, how important that was. And so there were people at the bottom of the pass or the shelf that were yelling at him, "Hey, there's somebody down here spun out." Well, this driver, not knowing the rules and the road, he dropped down on this Alaskan driver outside, throwing chains on the ground. Nearly, it could have been so bad. It was.
Everybody was okay, though.
In that situation,
like,
God was looking out for that guy.
But it could have been real bad.
It could have been really bad. Yeah. So having somebody that you're following behind and teaching you some of this etiquette is really important. I really want to emphasize that, because I could talk about the beauty and I could talk about the animals and I could talk about how amazing it is, but that's for me in a truck that's equipped for it, and training where I've been, taught all of these different things. So it's a little bit different. And if you just really want to see a photo, follow some of these people that
go to your YouTube page. Yeah, go to your YouTube page. Yeah, yes. Let's plug it. Yeah,
we'll share the videos. Yeah. If that's all you want, then go enjoy it there. You don't have to, you don't have to come up or take a tour bus. Those guys are experienced. They know the road.
That's our PSA portion of our conversation, the public service announcement.
Yes. Yes.
If you're going to come up, do it right. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I would love to visit Alaska, but yeah, I'll do the tour bus.
I would too.
Well, I tell you what, if either of you guys decide to come up, I'll throw you in the passenger seat. I got an air ride passenger seat.
Sounds good. I would love to take you up on that. Yes,
sure.
absolutely.
So we'll drive north. If you want to, you could fly out of Prudhoe. There's an airport there. You can fly out from there.
All right.
All right. Throw that out there for you.
We'll put that on the bucket list.
Put that on the list, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
All right.
All
Well,
right,
Tiff,
Tiff.
thank you so much.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you. Really a pleasure
Awesome.
talking to you.
I appreciate it. You guys, I hope you enjoy your holiday season. And I look forward to speaking with you guys again.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?